Wonderful. It is 4:02 p.m. today for our special board meeting at the Alameda County Water District. Before we jump into the agenda, I'll ask our general manager if we have any housekeeping items for today.
Yes, President Akbari, just some quick remarks. Just again, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the ACWD Board of Directors, I'd like to welcome the public's participation in the special meeting of the ACWD Board of Directors. My name is Ed Stevenson, and I serve as the district's general manager. Members of the public may participate in this special board meeting by either using the Zoom application or by telephone. The board's going to have a lot of work to do today. There's a good amount of material, and we'll have presentations from staff and from our consultant, but there'll be pauses along the way to provide an opportunity for the public and the board to ask questions and provide comment. If you're participating via Zoom, generally we ask that you mute your microphone unless you're speaking. You may also be placed on mute by the district secretary. The district secretary will unmute participants at the appropriate times when the board is receiving public comments. In Zoom, you'll be able to view presentation materials as they're presented to the board. At any time, you may submit a question or raise your hand in the Zoom app, and we will be sure to give you an opportunity at the appropriate time. If you're participating by telephone audio, you may download the presentation slides from the district's website at www.acwd.org. Please put your phone on mute to assure the best sound quality for everyone. Zoom allows you to use your dial pad, *6 to mute and unmute yourself, and *9 to raise your hand. People participating by telephone will also be given an opportunity to address the board. This Zoom webinar is being recorded and will be made available to everyone, the public, for future viewing. Again, thank you for attending, and President Akbari, those complete my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Can I ask the district secretary to take roll call, please?
Yes. Directors Weed?
Here.
Gunther?
Here.
Huang?
Here.
Sethi?
Here.
And Akbari.
Here. Director Gunther, will you lead us in the salute to the flag, please?
Certainly. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Director Gunther. Moving on to item 3, public comments on matters on this notice of special meeting. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? And a reminder, you can raise your hand in the Zoom app, or you can let us know in the chat function in Zoom. And I see we have a hand raised from Mr. Kelly A.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed that you want to charge property owners for delinquent bills. That sounds all well and good if you had any assurance, any rational basis for assuming that these property owners are consuming water, when in fact a large number of property owners aren't consuming the water. They have rentals, and somebody else is consuming the water. But for your ease of collecting money from from property owners, you just want to run out there and take their money, regardless of the fact that they're not the consumer in some cases. So you know, if you could rationalize that, or bring that together between make sure that the people who pay are the people who consume, that might be a nice thing. And then also on this idea of rate increases, another way of rate increase is called a drought surcharge. The nice thing about a drought surcharge is that it comes during times when water is scarce. By definition, a drought is a scarcity of water. San Jose Water Company has 1 million customers, and their surcharge looks like it's around $3,000 an acre foot. That's on top of whatever they charge for the regular water. It's probably, you know, $2,000 an acre foot or whatever. That's what they're talking about doing. And last time they did it, they got like, I don't know, 20, 30% drop in consumption. What a concept. What a concept. The fact that price increases lead to a reduction in demand. Even in water, although some people deny that, the experience in San Jose says that that does happen. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time?
President Akbari,
Yes, Director Sethi.
if I may just respond to our guest here this evening. ACWD did impose drought surcharges, a tiered rate surcharge during the last drought. It effectively reduced our water demand by 23%, as I recall. And I hope that during this evening's meeting, you will hear some substantive arguments in favor of putting the delinquent charges on the property tax roll. Without explaining it any further here, I hope you will find those arguments later in the evening persuasive enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sethi. Any other comments from members of the public? Hearing none and seeing no hands raised in the Zoom app nor anything in the chat, we will close item 3 and move on to item 4, our financial workshop for calendar year 2021. And I will turn it over to our General Manager, Ed Stevenson.
Thank you, President Akbari. This is the third in a series of financial workshops scheduled for calendar year 2021. The first 2 workshops focused on the district's budget. This workshop is the first of 3 scheduled workshops that will focus on the district's current and projected future financial status, water rates and charges, rate setting requirements, including a cost of service analysis, the allocation between fixed and variable charges, charges associated with dedicated fire lines, and stage rates that could be charged during a water shortage emergency, or so-called drought surcharges, as just mentioned, and the use of the property tax roll for billing and collection on delinquent accounts, again, as recently mentioned. I'll also add that staff has approached the rate setting process here in 2021 as building upon the process in 2020. And last year, during the most recent rate cycle, the board elected to not move forward with a rate increase. However, through that rates process and the public workshops conducted in 2020, the board did make a number of important policy decisions, and staff will provide an update reminder about those as part of our presentation this evening. And in addition, staff has tried to be responsive to the various requests by members of the board to bring certain additional topics to the board for consideration. And so we'll cover those too. And so to get us started, I will hand it off to our Director of Finance, Jonathan Wunderlich.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson, and good evening, board, staff, and members of the public. I'm going to go ahead and get us started with the presentation, and we'll ask, thank you, Ms. Marcoux, if you could advance to the next slide. And so really what we're going to try to accomplish this evening is first bring the board and public back up to speed on where things left off with the 2020 rates process. We've got Raftalis here to remind us of the cost of service analysis they completed and the results from that. And then we will receive board feedback and have discussion on key rate setting policies and financial planning scenarios. And then lastly, to provide an overview of kind of the nuts and bolts of what would go into using the property tax roll for billing the service charge or collecting delinquencies, as well as generally speaking options to resume collections activities and receive board feedback. So we're really looking to receive board feedback on those broad areas this evening. All right, next slide. Thank you. And so in terms of the agenda, we'll review that 2020 process. After that, Mr. Alm, our supervising financial analysis, will review our current and latest and greatest financial planning metrics, as well as some potential financial scenarios that would be relevant to what level of rate increase the board might want to consider. And then Mr. Birch, an administrative analyst who you've seen a few times before related to the Help on Tap program, and I will tag team an overview of collecting charges on the tax roll. And then Ms. Bates, our customer service manager, will present options for resuming collections, including providing a sample scenario that does for certain customers utilize the property tax roll. All right, next slide. All right, next slide. All right, so just as a reminder, the board did conduct 3 meetings focused on rate setting last year. We had 2 focused workshops in August and October. And then at the December 10th meeting, the board did receive the cost of service study and then provided direction to staff based on our financial status at that time and in recognition of the financial challenges many customers were facing as a result of the pandemic, did elect not to pursue a rate increase. And so the way we are approaching this workshop this evening is to essentially recap that last process and build upon it. And then the plan is to move somewhat quickly through the first half of the workshop that's focused on kind of the traditional financial workshop types of issues. And then if there are items the board would like to more fully explore, then we would come with a more comprehensive presentation on those items at the planned September workshop. And then again, the intent is to try to move, somewhat quickly through these first elements of the workshop to make sure we do have plenty of time to talk about the property tax billing issues, because I know that's been of interest to the board, and we've had this date circled for some time as the time when we would get into all of the details of those options. All right, next slide. And so the key decisions from the 2020 process did include performing a comprehensive cost of service study. The results from that study did suggest some slight changes in service charges, slight reductions for the smallest meters and slight increases for the largest meters, as well as some revisions to charges for dedicated fire service lines. A decision that was made last time was the board did express interest in maintaining water shortage emergency stage rates or drought surcharges. This has already been alluded to this evening. Following discussion in the workshops last year, the board decision was also to maintain the current uniform rate structure, as well as maintaining the same ratio between service and commodity charge revenue recovery. Based on some input from the board and to be responsive to that, staff has prepared some additional information to present this evening that would begin a discussion on these revenue recovery issues between fixed and variable revenues. And so we'll begin that discussion this evening, and if there's board interest, then we will prepare a more comprehensive presentation for September on that topic. All right, next slide. So now what I'll do is I'll transition to our consultants from Raftalis, who will present the results of their cost of service analysis.
Thank you, John. Can everyone hear me clearly? Great. It's a pleasure to be here, President, board members, staff, and public. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but it's great to see everyone's face today. So we'll get started. Next slide, please.
I think, Gene, I think you're going to need to go to about slide 55 or so.
I think it's 56.
Okay, there we go, 57.
Thank you. For a minute, I thought you were going to throw me some new slides there, John. So today's agenda is to talk about the cost of service analysis, and then talk about the service charge, the commodity, the private fire line, stage, and next step. Some of these slides you may have seen, remember before. The new ones will be the stage rates. So I'll go relatively quickly through these slides since we have talked about them in the past. So cost of service, next slide, please. So what is cost of service? As you may know, it's basically looking at the cost to provide service to different types of customers. What we want to understand is the business model of the utility. What is the cost to provide that service? You do have different sources of supply. You have different infrastructure that are needed for different types of patterns of use. We want to look at those patterns of use of your customer class and marry those two or match those two together. Next slide, please. And the key thing is there's no subsidy between customer class and rate components. And so in order to do that, what we do is we look at how much revenue you want to collect. And today's discussion is really about where do we collect that revenue. Later on, staff will be talking about the additional revenue that's needed. In some sense, that's how big the pie should be. This is about how to slice that pie into associated prices. And in order to do that, we start asking ourselves, what are the costs of supply? We look at how much it costs for your groundwater, SFPUC, state water project, all those different sources of supplies. We look at conservation program. We look at your infrastructures that are in place that both provide average demand, peak demand, cost of maintaining meters, and then customer service. Once we have those, then we can start to have a discussion or a dialogue or come up with a thought process about how much should be on the fixed and how much should be on the variable. Next slide. And I know later on in the presentation, John will be leading a discussion more in depth about the fixed and variable. So once we know the cost components, then it's about distributing that cost. So supplies, everyone gets a cost of that. Delivery is the same thing. Conservation could be on higher tiers if we wanted to have tiered rates potentially. Peaking capacity is usually on meter ratios. Meter maintenance is on meter size, and customer service is a cost per account. And then we eventually derive rates for each of your customers if we want to have unique rates or one rate structure for the whole service areas, which is what we're doing here. Next slide. So once we have these components, we use these components to derive the commodity rate. In this case, we're looking at a uniform rate structure. And we use all these components to derive that. I'm going to be showing that to you in a second, where we have these different components. Next slide, please. We do the same process on the meter charge too, where we look at the different components of the meter to get the total meter service charge. And I'll be showing that to you in a second too. So what are the assumptions that we use? We use the cost of service in 2020 budget. It's appropriate to look, you could go back as far as 3 or 4 years for your cost of service. So 2020 is appropriate to use. We don't need to update the information. The main thing to think about when you look at the cost of service year is it a representative year? And so that's the only reason why we would change that budget year. We feel like 2020 still works. It's representative, and we don't need to update this analysis. In 2020, you see the amount of revenue that we collected. And so this cost of service analysis collects the same amount of revenue over here. We are still maintaining the fixed and variable based on the prior discussions that we had. As I mentioned earlier, John will be leading a discussion about the fixed and variable and whether that should be changed or not. These slides I'm going to be showing you now, and they have numbers associated with them, are the cost of service rates. They're not the rates that would be in the Prop 218 notice, because the financial plan will then be layered on top of that. So that $116 million, that's what you're collecting right now. Then the next question is, how much more should you collect in the out years? That will be that percentage increase. So let's go to the service charge. So here's the math now. We're looking at the meter size. We have the actual capacities associated with each of the meters. That's gallons per minute. We convert those into ratios. We have the number of meters. We have customer service. So we actually went through your budget and looked at the cost of issuing a bill, having customer service available. As you notice, that's a cost per account. That's $5.86, because it doesn't matter how big or small your meter is or how much water you use. We also have the meter service charge. That's the cost to maintain the meter. And then we have the meter capacity. And that's that peaking capacity that I mentioned earlier. We add those three together to get the proposed bi-monthly fixed charge. Next slide, please. So we have the proposed, we have the current, and we have the difference and percent change. So it's common whenever you do a cost of service for these numbers to slightly change. It's normal. This is within norm practice of slight modest change. As I mentioned earlier, this proposed cost of service rates, or I would say more cost of service rates, would then, whatever percent increase we would want, let's say 2%, would be on top of that. So now we do the same logic and methodology on the commodity, where we get the water supply cost. The water supply cost is a blended cost of all your different sources of supply. As you know, you have groundwater, SFPUC, the minimum, state water, and some others. We add those together, that's the blended rate. We have the delivery, base delivery, that's the average demand. Then we have the max day, max hour, that's the max day of the system, max hour of the system. Inside customers do benefit from the revenues that you do that are non-rate revenue, specifically the 1% tax and state water contract tax. So those customers benefit from that. And as you see, that's negative 64 cents. We add all those components to get the calculated rates. As you know, the outside customers are all the same except for the revenue offsets. They don't receive that benefit because they don't pay for it. So they shouldn't get it. And so that's their rate is $5.24. So what we have here is the proposed current. As you can see, the inside rate is basically the same, Outside customer, slight modest change there. So private fire lines is the thing that I would say is the main thing that we've changed in this analysis and updating. Every time we do one of these studies, we always take it to the next degree in the sense of level of detail and nuances. We want to make sure we examine this. The main thing here is that we're looking at a fire of 4 hours and 4,250 gallons. That's that's what we should be able to deal with in a normal fire situation, and that's the cost of a normal fire. Then the next question is okay, of this fire, how much should be paid for by public fire and how much should be paid for by private fire? With public fire, I just want to make sure we all understand this is a benefit for property owners because that hydrant in the front of your house or down the street benefits your property. Next slide, please. So what we do is we allocate those costs based specifically on the cost of fire between public and private based on the number of hydrants, based on the meter capacity or the fire lines associated with the public and fire. So we look at the number of hydrants there are. On the private side, once we figure out how much they should pay, then we start allocating that cost based on connections. This is slightly different than on the potable side, which is a meter size. These are actually fire lines. So the ratios here are different. It's actually the diameter of the fire lines. So we have that over here. We have the private fire. They do get a specific bill. So that's the cost of issuing the bill. And there is a meter there that is a cost, and that's $1.61 just to maintain that meter. So we add those three components together and we get that charge. And this follows the M1 manual, and that's the American Water Works Association as industry standard. And it's an approach that we've been using throughout our studies throughout California. So, and nationally too. So we have the calculated monthly charge, we have the bi-monthly charge, and we see the changes here. So this is where most of the changes have occurred. And so we see the most significant changes here, and we're documenting how the private fire lines should be developed. Next slide. So the biggest change here from a revenue perspective and shift in revenues, as you can see, the fixed charge, pretty much the same. The volumetric, again, pretty much the same. It's the private fire line. That's where we're seeing the biggest change in this cost of service analysis. So from a high level perspective, what we're doing is we're developing a rationality, a story. We're using best industry standards that's available now to develop private fire lines. So the other thing that we've done in this is the new thing is stage rates. You have a new stage rate. You actually have 6 stage rates. Last time we looked at this, you had 5. Stage rates are important because they can deal with emergencies associated with water shortages. As we all know, we're in a drought situation right now. What we're doing is we're looking at your urban water management plan. We're being consistent with the other documents that you have on hand, and using that to determine the level of cutbacks and then determining the financial consequences of that. This would require board adoption. So once these are adopted by the board, they go through the Prop 218 notice, they're adopted. This is a tool that you can use in the future, and it's readily available for you. So that would require a board adoption, 30-day customer service notice about implementing this. And it basically functions as a means to maintain revenue stability during emergencies from reduction in water sales. Now, this tool, the board has the discretion always whether to implement them or not. So you may adopt them, and then at these different stages, you can decide whether to implement them or not. Next slide. So what we have here are the different stages, stage 1 through 6. As I mentioned, there's a new stage and one more. That's at 6th stage. These 6 stages are developed based again on the district water shortage contingency plan. When we look at the reduction in water use, we do take into account the reduction in savings associated with purchasing less water. So that is something that we take into account. So here in stage 2, we look at the water sales reduction, how much we're losing with a 20% reduction in water use, how much we're saving from reduced purchase of water, and then what does that mean? Next slide. So right now, these are the actual unit stage rates associated with each of the stages. We have that right over here. We have the commodity inside, and we add them all up together, and we have what the rate would be during these drought stages. Again, as I mentioned, during these stages, so whether you're in stage 3 or 4 or whatever you're in, the board will need to examine, I'm sure John and staff will be guiding you on what's the appropriate amount of the stage to implement, but these are the maximum at that specific stage. And there'll be a balancing act looking at coverage ratio and reserves. So this is the inside. The same analysis was done for outside. Next slide. And I think that's it for this presentation for my section. Oh, I'm sorry, the impact. So, so there are 4 impacts that I wanted to show you. The first one is scenario 1, where an individual uses 16 units under the current bill, what that would be. Now, based on the cost of service rates, this is again with no revenue adjustment, just the pure cost of service rates. You see scenario 2. Then you see scenario 3, where there's an individual here who does not cut back. They're still using 16 units. And as you notice, their bill does jump up because they're paying more on the stage rate, $17.84, as you can see right over there. Now, if somebody does cut back as requested by 20%, as you can see, then their bill is pretty much the same as it was with in the other 2 scenarios, scenario 1 and 2. So the goal here is to be able to communicate. One of the challenges, as we all remember in the last drought, was that we asked people to cut back. One of the main complaints we heard is, you asked me to cut back, but my bill increased. So in this scenario here, as you can see, this person does not see that. They see they do cut back, and their bill is basically the same. Next slide, please. So next steps is basically based on the financial plan policies that come into play. We'll be layering that in to the rates. Of course, there might be some discussion about the cost of service and some policy discussions that we may need to take into account, and take that into account in the next workshops, and then eventually do the public hearing for rate adoption. Is there any questions that the board may have?
Any questions from the board?
Let me start. I've been a long time critic of ACWD and how we establish our rates. But it's been suggested to me that we talk about fixed rates, but don't we also have a variable rate, which is the commodity? And we have not matched our fixed cost and fixed rates to our variable cost and variable rates. There was at one time, ACWD was less than 9% fixed and 91% variable. We were really leveraged. The more water we sold, we did really well. When we sold less water, we leveraged down. We continue that leverage today. My understanding is that our variable cost, water, power, and chemicals, are at most 20% of our total cost, not 66%. Why would we not want to approach it in that manner?
Would you like me to answer that, John? Or
Please, yes.
yeah, so this is a policy really of the board about how much fixed and variable we should collect. Many agencies do it differently. You know, this week I actually worked with Santa Cruz, which has the opposite. For their community value is that they wanted to collect as little as possible on the fixed. So they did 10% fixed, 90% volumetric. And some communities have a very high fixed cost where they cover it. The challenge here is, I always say it's a balancing act between affordability and revenue stability and conservation. And these are the three sort of the challenges that we have. And how much do we want to emphasize revenue stability versus affordability and the ability to control the bill? And that's sort of the policy that the board needs to provide guidance on. One thing that I know John Winderlich will be talking about later in his presentation is how much revenue stability has been achieved by the demand hardening that has occurred.
Okay. If we were to have that balance of fixed cost to fixed income, variable cost to variable income, would we even be talking about stage rates?
You're correct. If we did that, then the importance of stage rates would be minimized dramatically.
And we were driven to this for a long while, were we not, by the environmentalists who wanted to somewhat penalize people, but wanting to make 70% of the bill volumetric, where we couldn't get grants. That went away in 2008. Are we not living that old legacy, that when the discredited philosophy that was pushed by the Natural Resources Council, Environmental Defense Fund, and others that believe in a discredited concept of rate-based conservation?
So you're correct. In the past, there was a BMP, best management practice, by the California Conservation Council that stated that you know, we should have the 70-30 rule. That's not there anymore. But the new dimension in our dialogue with water rates is affordability. And sort of this concept of making sure water is affordable for health and safety, and how do we make sure that occurs? So some have argued that we do that by having a lower fixed charge. But again, this is, in my world, I call this a policy. This is something that the board needs to provide guidance on in what is the appropriate fixed and variable structure.
And another approach, would not another approach be to have the property owner pay for the fixed charge, which is a property related cost, and the resident, the user, pay for what they're using, the commodity?
And I believe you're going to be talking about that later. You
Yes.
have a discussion, so.
But again, affordability can be addressed in a much more straightforward and more dramatic means. So, thank you.
This is Director Sethi. I have some comments quickly for the board and staff. First of all, I would encourage us to consider, as part of any Prop 218 notice to residents, that we will have the tool under Prop 218 to have staged rates. And we can define the parameters of that later on. We don't have to do it right now. I was in a Fremont Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee yesterday, my responsibility over there. And our guest was Priscilla Chang, who is the Chief Deputy to Governor Newsom for External Affairs in California. And she operates 5 different offices around the state. And we had a very serious discussion yesterday about the current drought. And there were a lot of comparisons made between the current governor and how he's dealt with this 2-year severe drought versus how effectively Governor Brown dealt with it. And there was an expression on the part of most people from the chamber that the governor is not dealing with this drought situation seriously enough. The response was that effectively, if he is able to battle back this recall effort and stays in office, that the new rainfall year, weather year begins October 1st, and that he would consider an executive order similar to Governor Brown, imposing mandates on water reduction. As I have mentioned in some emails to the staff, most of the Bay Area water districts, even with the voluntary efforts that are going on right now, are not experiencing any reductions in water usage compared to 2019 and 2020. So staged rates were very effective in the past when we imposed them. Our boardroom was filled with people that were in opposition. We went through a lot of public consternation when we adopted those tiered rates, tiered surcharges. But that's our only effective tool to deal with the situation and maintain revenue stability. And I will just mention, as I did in those previous meetings, one reason, not the only reason, but one reason I am against tiered rates, which are effective in many communities, like in Santa Cruz, is that we need a tool to be able to reduce water demand when we need to. And you don't want to have tiered rates and then staged rates on top of tiered rates. And our previous manager, Walt Wadlow, was in agreement with that we need an effective economic tool for our drought situations. We are in a much healthier situation water-wise than other communities around the Bay Area and the state. So you don't want tiered rates and then staged rates on top of tiered rates. That is a disaster in the making, especially politically for any of us that are elected to office right now. Lastly, I will reinforce what Director Wheat said right now, that the environmental community, from as far as I can remember, has been demanding this 30/70 rule implemented across the board in California water industry. And they have been discredited so many times. The Sierra Club, National Defense Fund, every environmental group has been so discredited on this that they now are having to reverse their stances after decades of promoting this. They have now effectively folded their tent. They are so discredited on this argument. And so we do need, in my opinion, to raise the proportion split between fixed and commodity charges that we have. We're doing well right now, but I will save my other arguments for later in this presentation when we bring up that part of the presentation. So thank you very much for letting me volunteer my comments here.
John Weed, if I could make one quick comment. The reason for staged rates, the reason we did it before when we had a drought surcharge, was not conservation. It was to raise revenues. Our water sales had dropped and we were leveraged down. We were looking at a $60 million shortfall over 3 years. We needed to generate revenues. We had water to sell, but our demand had dropped off. That is what stage rates are there for, is to cover a revenue shortfall, not to help in conservation. That's my argument, my belief.
Thank you for those comments. Any other directors want to make any comments or ask any questions before I open it up to the public?
Director Gunther, I'll withhold most of my comments for later. I don't necessarily agree with Director Weed. I have other issues that I will discuss later. I think our rate structure is actually probably where we need to be, or close to it. And I will discuss that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gunther. I see a hand raised from Mr. Kelly.
Okay, I imagine I've been following what our environmental groups, although I'm part of them, have been saying for all these years. But I strongly urge that everyone go and study very, very carefully, not what the environmental groups have been telling you to do for, social equity or whatever the justification was.
Mr. Brew, I think you're back on mute. I see you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Okay. I strongly urge that we focus more on not social equity, but on economics and price elasticity of demand. I just ran the curve here that you just presented, and the middle 5 points line up on almost perfectly on a line with an R squared of 0.99992,481, whatever. And the exponent is negative 0.98, which is roughly 1. Anyway, these numbers, you're assuming that when you raise prices, and according to that chart of yours, that demand will drop proportionately, is what you're saying. And of course, that's not true. That's not been the experience in the water business, that water is inelastic. Demand is inelastic. You have to jack up prices considerably more than just, whatever. If you double prices, you're not going to get half of, demand is not going to go down by half. Demand is going to go down by, I don't know, I haven't run the numbers, but 20, 30%, whatever it is. It doesn't drop proportionately. And this entire chart of staged rates is based on a fallacy. I really like what San Jose is doing. They got 3,000. They're more than doubling their rates. They're going from $2,000 an acre foot to adding on 3,000. So that gives you $5,000 an acre foot of prices, and you're going to get. They charge that to everybody, and then you're going to get a huge drop, like 20, 30% or whatever, in demand. You've got to use a reasonable number of inelastic demand, and also notice what we're doing here, which the environmentalists would point out. You don't have progressive rate. You have a regressive rate structure. In other words, let's say you have two people. One guy is a big water user and has a lot of money. Another guy is a small water user. Both of them get the same get the index demand back to some earlier time period, such that if the big water user is automatically granted the ability to use water, use a lot more water, and the little guy, they're indexed to themselves. If you were running a more another system that the environmentalists or the social progressives would have you do, they would say, okay, a normal customer only needs 5 CCF per month or whatever it is, and if you exceed that number, some fixed number, then we're going to start charging you the stage rates once you go over whatever that allocation that a normal household should be able to use, which would be like the 50th percentile of your customer base or whatever. Anyway, those are two thoughts. The baseline being self-adjusting or having a fixed baseline. One is progressive, one is regressive, and the other one, your rate structure completely flies in the face of economic reality that water prices are not, that demand is not proportional to price.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the public? Oh, I should also add, did staff want to respond to anything that's been asked or said so far?
Yeah, I thought, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you, President Akbari. I think there's just one general point I'd like to make about the stage rates, and that is we are not saying that if you increase the rate by the amount of the stage rate, that demand will go down to the level shown in that chart. The calculation actually goes the other way. It's where in a stage 2, we need to get 20% conservation. So that's the target. That's the amount of water we anticipate selling. And so then we calculate what the stage rate needs to be to make up that lost revenue. And we achieve that conservation, not just through the price signal, although I do think kind of psychologically imposition of a stage rate does send a strong message to customers that it's important to conserve. But it's not just that price signal or that psychological impact of the imposition of a stage rate. It's the whole water resources team and public affairs team doing a lot of messaging and outreach and enhanced conservation programs that helps you get to that 20% conservation.
Before we move on, I would like to hear from Director Wong and Director Akbari what their thoughts are, so we can try to come together as a team on strategizing what we need to do.
I guess I can start. I will just come right out and say that I support stage rate in terms of percentage fixed charges and should it be property tax bill. We can have that discussion later on at a more appropriate time.
And I'll also add that I am in favor of stage rates as well. And then I'll reserve comments on the other topics once we get to that point. I think looks like we have another hand raised. Mr. Kennan.
Thank you, President Akbari. First of all, just as a side note, I was held in a waiting room for almost 15 minutes trying to attend this meeting. I find that to be unacceptable for a public meeting where a member of the public has to wait 15 minutes to be admitted. If this were a meeting held in person, I would just be able to walk in, even if I were late to the meeting. So I was admitted just as the Q&A session started, so I'm just guessing what has been discussed based on the agenda and the presentation materials. With respect to stage rates, I am in support of them. I believe that water is a precious commodity, and some sort of signal of the preciousness and economic signals are a very good way of doing that. I do, as I have said in previous comments on this topic, would like, Alameda County Water District is unique and has the luxury of having multiple sources of water. And we're talking about, for example, our own desal plant, which is arguably one of our least expensive sources of water, ranging through our groundwater, purchased water through the South Bay Aqueduct, and all the way going all the way to San Francisco water, which we all know is very expensive. And I would like, stage rates in response to water shortages and droughts is one aspect. Another use of stage rates is to reflect the fact that the district does have diverse sources of water, and that those of us who use relatively little water should benefit from the lowest cost water, right? If everybody didn't use as much water, we wouldn't have to buy, and then I'm setting aside the whole issue of PFAS right now, we wouldn't have to buy as much San Francisco water, which is the most expensive water. So, stage rates should reflect not only the preciousness of the water, but also give benefit to those who actually use relatively small amounts of water. And those people who those customers who use relatively small amounts of water should be those that benefit from the lowest, the district's lowest cost water, which is most likely desal. Turning to, I am assuming that the board had the entire presentation from Ralph Tellis. I will just make a comment on what is page 55 of the board packet, or I believe it's slide 9, which is the major assumptions on cost of service. I bristle when I see this, because the cost of service is stated to be based on a 2020 budget and maintains the same amount of revenue collected during fiscal 2020. That is not a true bottoms-up cost of service analysis, right? It is basically saying, well, I needed X amount of dollars to keep the district running, and therefore that is my cost of service. It's a baseline analysis, but it is not a bottoms-up zero-based budget cost of service analysis. If you use that logic, I say nobody gets a raise ever, because, well, we paid you that much, we paid you X this year, and you're not dead, therefore we'll pay you X next year, and X next year, and X next year, and that may have zero relevance to reality. So, I really, it cuts both ways, right? If the district were collecting too much money, then using last year's number for this year's number as cost means that you'll continue to collect too much money. On the other hand, if you're actually under collecting and not funding, for example, your capital improvement program properly, then using last year's number, this year's number will continue to mean that you make the same error. And therefore, I do wonder how accurate and how valid the statement saying of using last year's number as as what is the cost of service for this year. It's a philosophical argument, but I bristle at it, saying that last year's number is the cost of service for this year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you,
John,
Mr.
will you make
Mishra.
a quick comment?
Sure. I was actually going to see if staff wanted to respond
Okay,
to
let's
those
staff
comments. I don't know, Mr. Wonderlick or Mr. Gore, if you guys wanted to respond to that.
Sure, just briefly, in terms of the cost of service, as Mr. Gore talked about, what happens is they do the cost of service and develop cost of service rates. And then it's through the financial plan that we make kind of the percentage adjustment to that. In theory, if our costs were going down, that adjustment would be a downward adjustment. As we know, costs do tend to go up year over year due to inflation, so it will almost certainly be an upward adjustment. And so the cost of service is not necessarily saying those are the final rates, right? Because we'll look at what our future overall revenue requirements are to determine what sort of adjustment should be applied to the cost of service rates. The second part I would add is in regard to our budget development. Each year, as part of the budget process, each manager throughout the district does look at the full costs within their department. And so it really is, a pretty comprehensive review. And so I would say that, those costs are then what gets folded into the financial plan. So I do feel like we are doing that type of analysis to where what we're looking at, does reflect what we really will need to operate the district.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add that the cost of service study itself isn't something that needs to be done every year. In fact, the law requires that it need only be done once every, I think it's 10 years. But it's we do it more frequently than that generally, so that we have as close an allocation of those costs as we can, as Mr. Gower described as kind of how the pie is sliced and not necessarily how big the pie is. The assessment as to how big the pie is done through the other part of the rate setting process that we haven't yet talked about this evening.
Okay. Oh, if I could quick comment, we're cursed by the ratios that we've established as a board under policy. We back into this number on cost of service. And the history was that in the last drought, we did drought surcharge. That was a staged rate. It raised $12.4 million. We told the public we needed it to pay for more expensive San Francisco water. Not $1 of the $12.4 million went to pay for San Francisco water because they waived the minimum purchase requirements. We actually spent less on San Francisco water. And going into this drought, the indications are that San Francisco again waived the minimum purchase requirements. So we won't even, it's a financial game we're playing, not a conservation game, not a environmental justice game, et cetera. When we did the last stage rate though, our surcharge, we did do a zero tier. So we didn't charge the, many of the homeowners that were at the lower end. And that reduced the total amount of money we got, but did put in an element of environmental justice. And I would encourage us to consider that again if we proceed ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Weed. Any other comments or questions before we move on with the presentation? Hearing none, I think I'll turn it back to Mr. Wunderlich.
All right, thank you, President Akbari, and I'll ask the District Secretary to take us back to where we left off on the staff portion of the presentation. And so what I'll do at this point is I will turn it over to Sydney Alm, our Financial Analysis Supervisor, who's going to present some updates and scenarios relative to the overall financial plan. And then at the conclusion of his presentation, it would be helpful to receive any feedback or comments the board may have at this point regarding some of these assumptions and projections. And then after that, we will then pause for that feedback and discussion before we then progress into some of the fixed variable, more detailed discussions that have been prepared based on the board requests. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Alm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. Good evening, President Akbari, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. I'm Sydney Alm, Financial Analysis Supervisor. So for this portion of the presentation, I'll review two things. One is the updates that were made to the financial planning model since budget adoptions in June. And then the other part is a presentation of some various financial scenarios related to entry range options and water conservation. Slide, please. So here are the key changes to the financial planning model since budget adoption. As you know, the board adopted the budget in June. Since then, the fiscal year had closed. So we updated the financial planning model to reflect the actuals, revenues, expenses, and cash balances for fiscal year 2021. When in the adopted budget, those figures were estimate. Now we have actuals. So the preliminary actuals ending cash balance for the general fund for fiscal year 2021 is close to $2 million higher than the estimate. We also updated the water demand forecast based on the latest water supply modeling and expected water conservation. As a result of that, water purchase costs had increased slightly, primarily due to the additional water purchase from SFPUC, as you heard earlier, the most expensive source of the water. Next slide, please. So this is a graphic that is of interest. It shows the ending balances for the general fund. These two metrics compare the adopted budget to the updated ending balance. The update ending balance included the adjustment that I just mentioned. At budget adoption, the low ending balance year is in fiscal year 26-27, and the low balance is close to $90 million. With the updates that I just mentioned, the low balance drops to $84.4 million in fiscal year 26-27. There's very little change in the debt coverage ratios shown here. The district continues to maintain very strong debt coverage ratios. At the end of fiscal year 2021, the debt ratio is at about 900%, and over 500% in the low year in 26-27. The drop in the debt coverage ratio reflects the anticipated debt service payments for the state revolving fund loan for the AMI program. The district's credit ratings remain very strong. We're rated AAA by S&P. That's the highest rating possible. AA1 by Moody's. That is the second highest possible rating for the district. This metric compares our operating revenues to operating expenses. We wanted to look at that to see if operating revenues is sufficient to cover the operating expenses. At budget adoption, there's sufficient operating revenues. That's the chart on the left, to cover all of our operating expenses, including depreciation. With the updates, there's a slight deficit starting in the second year of the adopted budget, fiscal year 22-23, and continues through the end of the financial planning period. So what this means is that the district depends on non-operating revenues to help cover operating expenses. So this metric shows a comparison between rate and charge revenues, specifically rate and charge revenues, to a revenue requirement, which is the total operation and maintenance cost and debt service. As you can see, the metric indicates that rate and charge revenue is sufficient to meet revenue requirement for each fiscal year. Thus, the red line represents the rate and charge revenue, and it is above the revenue requirement, which is represented by the purple bar. However, when we added the general fund funded capital projects to the equation, the rate and charge revenue is not sufficient to pay for the operation and maintenance, debt service, and the general fund funded capital projects. Again, the district relies on other funding sources to help pay for that. Those other funding sources come from property taxes, grants, and interest income. Those are some of the major sources of revenue that help fill the funding gaps. This shows the district's capital improvement program, both actuals and planned expenditures by funding sources over the financial planning period. Fiscal year 2021, as I said, is closed. So the actuals capital expenditures were $500,000 higher than we estimated at budget adoption. I wanted to point out that the CIP does not yet include the full funding for PFAS treatment. A study to determine the treatment requirements and costs is starting this year. So here's a summary of some of the highlights of key assumptions for the status quo. We now have the status quo. The board adopted the budget. There's some changes to that. So we just wanted to provide a summary of the key assumptions here. These assumptions are reflected in the adopted budget, as I mentioned. The changes to that includes update to the fiscal year 2021 actuals activity and updates to the bill demand and water purchase cost. The status quo assumes a 3% annual rate increase, full funding for CIP that the board approved at budget adoption, payment towards pension and OPEB based on board direction, and a loan from the SOF for the AMI in the amount of $19.5 million, and an entry range partnership purchase of $5 million towards the purchase and $1 million in annual O&M costs. So these are now in what we call the status quo going forward. Good. All right, now we're back to looking at the ending balances for the general fund. Just to reiterate, I wanted to show this again. The status quo low balance is $84.4 million at the end of the financial planning period in fiscal year 26-27. That is with all the updates that we made. So we keep that in mind. So $84.4 million is still about $15 million above the reserve target, represented by the red line there. So I'll like to pause it for a minute or two if to see if the board has any questions on the updates to the financial planning model and or the assumptions that are built in or the status quo right now before I move on.
This is Director Sethi. I have no questions. Thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation.
Okay.
Likewise, no questions from my end. Are there any members of the public who have any questions so far? Hearing none, I think, Sydney, we can continue.
Thank you. So I'll continue. So this part will look at some.
Oh, it looks like we have a hand raised. Sorry, Sydney.
Okay.
Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, just real quick on the PFAS costs, just because you haven't done your own study and you don't have your own precise model of exact estimates of what is it cost to treat for PFAS. There is a thing called the City of Pleasanton. They just are looking at spending $46 million, and part of that would be for PFAS treatment costs. They're using Corallo or Corallo engineers, and Zone 7 using the same firm is throwing another $2 million into the study and coming up with PFAS treatment costs. So you could get back of the envelope numbers from them, from reading their reports very quickly and throw them in. The numbers are out there. You know, they're not perfect, but certainly it's better than just sitting back and saying, throwing up your hands and saying, oh, I don't know, because I haven't done my own study. Just grab the other people's numbers and pretend like their studies are okay. Thanks.
President Akbar, I can just quickly respond to that and just let you know, Mr. Abreu, that yeah, we're very much aware of Pleasanton's study and their proposed costs. And one of the things we just simply wanted to do here was to ensure that we're being transparent, recognizing that comprehensive costs related to PFAS treatment had not been included in the budget thus far or the CIP. We know that those costs could be significant. And so we just wanted to call that out as part of our overview here because it factors into how we interpret how much margin we have in terms of general fund when we're looking at these graphs. So we will certainly be moving forward on our own cost estimates and studies related to treatment of PFAS.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Unless we have any other questions, I think we can continue.
Great, thank you. I will continue to some of the financial scenarios. This one related to entry range options. Staff has prepared four scenarios related to entry range options. The first scenario is what is included in the adopted budget, as well as the status quo. That is $5 million cash contribution towards the purchase and $1 million in annual O&M costs. The second scenario we looked at is a $34 million contribution towards purchase. That would be financed through debt issuance and $2 million in annual O&M costs. The third scenario is the full purchase price of $68 million, again through debt finance, and $3 million in annual O&M costs. And the fourth and final scenario is no contribution to the purchase and no O&M costs.
If I could make a quick note on that. The N3 ranch is based on, I think, an unfortunate concept of what it might be, and particularly what Del Valle Reservoir can be in the way of water supply. And when we look at it from a water supply concept, I would argue that each of these scenarios will go away and we'll have hopefully a completely different approach toward N3 and to the water supply of this district. We have, there was a chart I asked that be given to the board members that reflected the water supply we've received from Del Valle for the last 4 or 5 years, as many as 9,000 acre feet in 2017. I would argue that we could exceed that every year at a far less cost than the $98 million we're proposing to spend at LVE for 1,600 acre feet. So we have a real challenge in the area of our water supply planning, and hopefully we'll be at where the district is up to it. Thank you.
Okay, I think I see a hands up from the public.
Oh, Mr. Abreu, did you still have another question?
Oh,
okay.
Okay. Thank you. So this is the ending fund balance, or the ending balance for the general fund for the second scenarios. This second scenario, the $34 million and the $2 million in annual O&M. This is showing that the ending balance in the low year for this scenario is $75.5 million. That's approximately $6.1 million above the reserve target. Again, this scenario assumes debt financing, as I mentioned, over a 30-year term at an interest rate of 3.2%. And the annual debt service for this is about $1.6 million. With that scenario, the debt coverage ratios drops slightly to about 400% in the low year. This scenario number 3 looks at the full purchase price of $68 million, again through debt financing, and $3 million in annual O&M. For this scenario, the ending balance in the low year is $61 million. That's about $8.5 million below the reserve target, $8.4 million below the target. The annual debt service for this is approximately $3.2 million. For this scenario, the debt coverage ratios in the low year drops to about 317%. This final scenario assumes no range purchase or whether both contribution and no annual O&M. For this scenario, the ending balance in the low year is $96.1 million. About $26.7 million over the target level. For this scenario, the debt coverage ratios would actually go up slightly to 534%. Okay, now we can move into looking at another scenario that we prepared. This one related to water conservation. Staff looked at a scenario for a 15% reduction in water consumption, and the impact of water conservation include both revenue loss, that's and the increase in water purchase cost. So there's twofold, both revenue loss and impact on the water purchase cost as well. So with the 15% reduction assumption, the ending balance in the low year, as shown there on the left, is about $76 million. It is still 6.3 million above the reserve target. For this scenario, we did not assume a water shortage emergency declaration or implementation of stage rate. So this is strictly look at reduction in consumption.
Can I ask a quick question back on our modeling? The board approved 65,000 ultrasonic meters and to replace positive displacement meters. The cash argument was made that we'd have at least a 5% increase in the amount of water that was billed to the district. It's been argued that particularly for the older meters that we'll be replacing, it could be as high as 8% more water being billed by the same user. So when we asked for a 15%, then we said we were going to do 5% conservation when we put in AMI. And we put that into our business model and have been publishing it as part of our press releases. Now we're saying a 15% reduction on top of that. Has anyone got stepped back and taken a look at what our real water consumption issues are going to be and what the level of conservation will be if when we throw all that into play?
Yeah, so I think I can try to tackle this question. So what we're really doing here is kind of presenting a worst case type of scenario. You know, let's say that you know, we weren't able to declare a water shortage emergency, but due to general statewide messaging, our customers cut back. Or let's say we did have a water shortage emergency, but decided not to implement the stage rates. What would it look like? And so this is looking at a 15% reduction in that scenario. And basically what it's showing is that, you know, on a 1-year basis, we do have sufficient reserves to accommodate that. And to some of your other points, you know, our baseline model does assume that as the AMI project is implemented and meters turn over from positive displacement to ultrasonic, that we do see a modest increase in billed demand as a result of that. So those assumptions are built into the baseline financial model.
Okay, and I should have added one more component. We had a discussion on funding an expanded conservation program, or somewhat that we took the middle choice. And the argument was made that the conservation would more than pay for the results, which I took issue with. But fine, it's a financial model. We're proceeding ahead, but I would encourage the board to go back and reflect on what they've decided and the arguments that were made for individual programs. And when you put it into this model, it doesn't add up. So thank you.
Yeah, so based on what we're seeing so far this summer in the few months since budget adoption, we have built into the baseline model 5% conservation already for this year and next year. And so really, this is just a scenario if we were concerned about higher levels of conservation, you know, from a financial perspective, this is just showing the board what that could look like. So this, we're not saying we think this will happen, because certainly based on the discussion, we think if we had this level of conservation, there would probably be a drought emergency and stage rates put into place. But this is simply showing this to the board as a potential scenario, but not necessarily one that we think will for sure happen.
But if I look at this chart, we're above the line in every case, even with the 15% reduction.
Correct.
So why stage rates? I'll leave that as a rhetorical question.
Okay. Okay, so this concludes the financial planning metrics and scenarios. So, if there's any specific board feedback on this at this stage, now would be a great time to receive that feedback or have that discussion before we proceed with the fixed variable revenue considerations.
What is the recommendation for, will we be getting to a recommendation for a set of percentage increase in the water rates?
Yeah, so the default that's built into the model right now is 3% per year. I think what we'll need to look at is first to see what sort of board feedback there is on some of the scenarios. In particular, we saw that N3 ranch participation does have some effect on how we might approach things. And so we'll need to see how some of those things develop over the next couple of months, as well as consider what sort of assumptions we may want to make regarding PFAS treatment, and then see if those assumptions and projections would change the 3% to something different.
I would note that the district is in remarkably sound financial position. Thank the staff and boards for that. However, I do recall the days when the board would arbitrarily pick a number and staff would have to run back and readjust the water sales assumptions for that year. That was Eric Cartwright and Thomas Nisar. So we would pick a feel-good number for the rate increase for the next year, and then staff would back into it for us to make the staff report. This is more detail, and we're getting better. Thank you.
I'd like to comment on that. I served on the board during those days. I don't remember that. Thank you.
Now, I do recall when 7% was a better feel than 8%. But those days did occur, and you can talk to Thomas Nisar, who's still with us, about his experiences in those days. Thank you.
Well, we're definitely doing exactly what we're showing the board this evening in terms of looking at the actual condition of the financial projections and then what we expect in the way of needed rate adjustments in order to meet our needs into the future. So this is it's exactly what you're seeing this evening.
And I see we have a hand raised from a member of the public, Mr. Nishimura.
Thank you. Thank you, President Akbari. I just wanted to go back and look at that. One of the scenarios for the N3 ranch, which is the purchase for the full $68 million with the $3 million O&M. I do notice that under that scenario, the fund balance actually drops below the target. So would it be safe to assume that purchasing the ranch under that scenario would negatively, in the eyes of a customer, impact water rates? That is, water rates would have to increase substantively more to cover that deficit than if the ranch were not purchased. And the reason I ask this is because I think at a previous board meeting or workshop where LVE was being discussed, a board member, and I support this philosophy, asked that we should be doing a annual ROI analysis all the way out through the end of the century, and to really look at the cost benefit of a capital investment such as LVE. And I do not believe such a cost benefit analysis has been done for the purchase of the N3 ranch, and therefore, given the fact that this financial model shows that the purchasing for the 68 plus 3 million O&M, is likely to result in a substantively higher rate increase than would be necessary if such a purchase weren't be made. I really question why, such a careful return on investment analysis has not been performed for this. Thank you.
President Akbari, I have one response to our guest.
Sure.
One thing that is not taken into consideration here are the revenue opportunities from such a purchase, which is very speculative right now, considering that the land is under contract for sale. But if for some foreseen reason we were able to acquire it, there certainly are revenue opportunities to be created out of the property. There are sales of portions of the property. There are leases for the property available. There's land banking, environmental land banking considerations, which are extremely valuable. So I take this with a grain of salt, this analysis from staff right now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that I think both those comments are correct, that this is what staff is doing here is simply bookending the potential options here. And this would be the worst case scenario in terms of dollars spent, assuming no revenue impact. So really, this is the sort of bookend, but we again wanted to ensure that the board is equipped with all of that information so that whatever option may or may not happen with that ranch, that it's covered here in our financial analysis. So this is not a projection as to what may happen, what would happen should the district be involved in a purchase of the ranch.
Are there any other questions or comments on any of the scenarios that we've seen so far? Hearing none, I will turn it back to Mr. Ohm or Mr. Wunderlich, not sure.
Yeah, so Mr. Ohm's going to go ahead and walk us through the next few slides, and then I imagine there will be a robust board discussion after that.
Okay, thank you. I will start with this slide. This shows the survey that the staff has just recently completed on the average water bill among 30 water providers in the region. We update this on a regular basis. Here are the results. Since the board did not change rates in 2021, ACWD is now number 5 on the most affordable in the region. The district was previously number 9 on the list. Assuming a 3% rate increase that's built into the status quo, the district would be number 7 on the list. Across all agencies, the average bill is about $161 bi-monthly. ACWD is well below this average. What did the average bill also indicate is the breakdown between the service charge and the commodity charge for each agency, as shown in the dark blue and the light blue. All right, so questions of where the money is going. So the status quo in the financial planning model assumes a 3% rate increase. And where is the money going? So the 3% rate increase will generate about $3.6 million in additional revenues that are needed to meet the overall cost of service. Here's a breakdown of how that additional revenue would be used. 1.4 million of it, or 40%, is allocated to employee compensation. $900,000, or 25% of that, of the total, is for capital projects. 800,000 goes towards water purchase, and 500,000, or 15%, for operations and maintenance expenses. Revenues from rate increase does not pay debt service payment or any of capital projects that are reimbursed by the developers. So this chart is the same information. It just we provided a breakdown for each of the cost center. What is the labor cost component of that? So total labor cost is about 40% of the $3.6 million. This is just showing the different cost center, including the labor component for each one. Okay, now we move into looking at the cost and revenue structure for fiscal year 21-22. We updated this for fiscal year 21-22. You can see on the left side, on the cost side, about 72% of the district's cost is fixed. That's including 20% for capital costs. And 28% of the cost is variable. On the revenue side, on the right side, the district has other sources of revenue that assist with revenue stability. 40% of the revenue is fixed revenue. That's revenue without any water sales. Service charge is at 29%, and property tax are at 11%. So 49%, I'm sorry, one more note I wanted to comment on that. So 49% of total revenue considered reliable. That is water sales up to the drought demand level. And only 11% of the total revenue shown is considered variable. Thank you. Now we can move on to the next slide. So this slide looks at the different potential approaches for rate increase. The cost of service is based on a uniform rate increase. Any rate increase would be identical for the service charge and the commodity charge. So this would look at different potential approaches. The rate increase approach that is not uniform would require a revision to the cost of service analysis, as I mentioned earlier. The table on this slide at the bottom there shows the current charge, total $130.15, versus the cost of service charges that Mr. Gore discussed earlier, slightly lower, the service charge $55.57 compared to the 56.61. So the total is about $1 less based on the cost of service. So this slide here shows the potential approaches to a 3% revenue adjustment. So again, the status quo assumed 3% rate adjustment applied uniformly to both the service charge and the commodity charge. So the chart at the bottom there that shows uniform service and commodity, these are the different approaches to a 3% revenue adjustment. If adjustment were only made to the service charge, the impact would be an 8.8% increase to the service charge from the baseline. There would be no increase to the commodity charge. The total increase would be 3.8%. Now, if the increase were only to be applied to the commodity charge, the increase would be a 4.5% increase to the commodity charge and no increase to the service charge. The total net increase is 2.6% a rate increase. So with the uniform bill right now, it's at $129.11. A uniform rate increase, the bill would go up to $132.98. Service only, a rate increase to the service charge only, the bill would go up to $134. A rate increase only to the commodity the bill would be $132.40.
Mr. OM, may we stop here at this slide, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, in fact, this is the last slide in this section, so this was really the designated stop anyway.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes.
I have my famous and ancient HP 12C calculator right in front of me here, if you can see it. So I did some calculations here. And I had made a request that we study doing alternative rate increases here. So I'm not sure why you picked an 8.8% rate increase that gets to 3.8% overall, because my request was that we try to achieve something that was close to 3%. So when I do the calculations here, a 7% increase on the service charge results in close to a 3% overall increase. And if we have a 6% increase on the service charge and 0 on the commodity charge, then we are down to 2.6%, similar to your bottom line here of a 4.5% increase on the only on the commodity side.
Yeah, so Director Sethi, maybe I should explain a little more what's going on with this chart.
Mm-hmm.
All three of these options, uniform, service, and commodity, provide for an overall 3% revenue adjustment in water revenue. These percentages, like the 3.8 and the 2.6 you're referencing, those are the bill impact percentages for the typical residential customer if we focus the rate increase in those areas to achieve an overall 3% revenue increase. So, because what happens is for the typical residential customer, their bill is focused more on the service charge than it is system-wide. So like system-wide, about 1/3 of our revenues are service charges and 2/3 are commodity charges. But for the typical residential customer, it's about 43% service charge and 57% commodity charge. What that means on the flip side is for a typical commercial or multifamily residential customer, they pay more of their bill is on the commodity, right? Because their water use compared to their meter size is more. And so what happens then if the rate increase is focused just on the service charge, it's a bigger bill impact for a typical customer compared to the uniform.
Mm-hmm. So let me offer these thoughts here. Thank you for the clarification there. I thought that might be the matter. So 1/3 of our revenue comes from commercial, industrial, institutional customers, even though the actual number of customers is quite a bit lower than our residential customers. And factoring in what Director Weed brought up earlier, that with our new ultrasound meters, we're going to be recording more commodity usage for our customers. You've said that you factored that into our financial model, but I'm still worried that that might be an underestimate of the actual impact to our customers. That if we have a rate increase on the commodity side, and then they're using more based on the use of our ultrasound meters, that is going to record more water usage, they're going to get a double impact of a rate increase. And I think we need to be very, very careful here over the next 4 to 5 years as we are rolling out AMI, that we are not double impacting our customers on the commodity side. And I think it serves us best if we have a little bit of a learning experience over the 3-year rollout of AMI and a couple of subsequent years to measure what is actually going on in our community. Therefore, I am supportive of a rate increase only on the service side of the bill, 0 on the commodity side, toward trying to achieve as close as possible a 3% increase in total revenue. If that service charge increase is 6% and we end up with, let's say, a 2.6% overall increase in revenue, I would argue that a 2.6% overall increase, which is primarily raised from the service charge, is a better rate increase than one that's on the commodity side that achieves the same result. And this is because it leads to further revenue resiliency and stability and predictability in our revenues. And so I would hope the board would consider these points that I'm making so that we come up with a reasonable increase on the service charge. And hopefully in the future, this will go on the property tax bill. And in the interest of affordability, which we had 2 of our board members campaigning on last fall, this would lead to better affordability of water consumption in the community. And I'll leave it at that for right now.
I'd endorse Director Sethi's suggestion that we put the entire rate increase on the service charge. Last time we looked at this, we were given a slide by staff that said that 95% of the last increase was needed for fixed charges and only 5% was needed for variable. And yet the board retained that same reverse ratio of 1/3 fixed, 2/3 variable. So hopefully we'll start using some sound business practices. It also shows that the district historically has subsidized residential users. And particularly when we were at less than 9% service, an extraordinary subsidy that's been eroded over time. But if you're going to operate a business, an enterprise district, you should try to balance the cost to the individual components. If you want to help people with subsidies, identify the people in need and develop programs that help them. Don't warp your entire rate structure to try and subsidize a group just because you like the name and they vote. So there was a statement had been made by one of the members of the public arguing that that the residents were paying more than their share. They're not. They never have in this district. And hopefully we can get to the point where we do have a balanced and predictable rate structure, because it makes it so much easier to do some budgeting and long-term planning if you know that if there's eliminating staged rates and all the other emergency actions are needed because you're out of sync. The revenues are out of sync with their expenses. And just terrible business practice. Thank you.
I guess I might as well step in next. Director Weed and I disagree on this point, obviously. I'd like to go back to slide number, I think it's 35. And I believe this is, maybe it was one more. No, okay, I lost track of where it was, but there was a slide, maybe it was 36, where you showed a value. And I remember a while back and a few years ago, back in 2017 or 15, the major year of the drought, we pretty much arrived at how much water we're gonna sell, what people are gonna use. We know approximately what a baseline water use is, commodity and service. And we've kind of, if I'm not mistaken, we've been running along that line with our service charge, commodity charge. Maybe we're a few dollars off here and there. I wouldn't necessarily not support Director Sethi's concept yet. I'd like to see that number. But I'm not supportive of putting 23%, the 23% concept or 28% variable. Sure, that's the variable cost, but everybody who uses water has a fixed cost, no matter who it is, tenant, landowner, whoever. That cost has to be divided among all. Fire service, the tenant benefits from fire service the same as a landowner. So I don't agree with that philosophy. I believe our rate structure is pretty much where it needs to be. I was a supporter of the last major increase. I was a swing vote for the service charge. So, you know, I've been there, I've looked at it. I think we're hitting that point. I like us to look back what we did, and if I remember correctly, and Sanjay, I think maybe you can help me out on this, is that we know what we're going to spend. Well, we could estimate what we are going to spend or what we're going to get per customer on a baseline water use. That can be figured in, the service charge and the commodity charge. And then from there, okay, if we need a stage rate, we can, once again, that's a revenue thing, we can adjust. So those that want to use more will get charged more. I'm not 100% certain that we could charge any dollar figure we like. Capistrano, I think, says that. I'd have to look to legal counsel to understand it. That's what we can't. Tiered rates will work for us. I'm not advocating for tiered rates tonight. I would look for staged rates in the event of a drought emergency. That could hit next year, no question. I think it probably will.
It could hit next month.
Well, it might. Yeah, it could. I don't disagree. It could hit next month, and in which case we're a little bit behind, but not that much. But it's probably going to happen. We put in stage rates. We're going to help cover that. We'll help defend it. We know how much we made in 2015. We know where that number is, and I think we should be looking at that number. That's it for now. Like I said, I'm not 100% opposed to tweaking the service charge versus the commodity charge. But I don't see any major changes. I'm sorry, just don't.
Director Gunther, if I may respond here, and thank you for your comments. I appreciate hearing your point of view. The staff is suggesting to us that in the long run, we need about a 3% annual rate increase to meet our expenses and capital project needs. And so the question I'm posing before the board is, do we do 3% across the board, or do we tweak the service charge a little bit and leave the commodity charge in place as is for the second year in a row, by the way, with a 0% increase, so that we effectively come to about a 2.6% or to 3% of overall rate increase? And I'm trying to remind the board that 1/3 of our revenue comes in from CII. So we are the beneficiaries when we increase the service charge to the larger CII customers with larger pipelines and everything. And I'm trying to take into consideration, sincere consideration, both you and Director Akbari running on rate affordability last year. And this is one way to achieve it and to better match our fixed costs with our service charge. Then in the long run, if we can get this onto the property tax roll, it's even more beneficial in terms of affordability to our customers. And I want to bring up something else here while I have it in my mind. I think we may be talking about it later on. But I think there is a way to break down going in slow steps toward this proposal of putting the service charge on the property tax bill. I would propose to the board that we consider doing this first for delinquencies. We can figure that one out. That subject's going to come up subsequently here. Second, I would actually propose that we roll out, if we choose to do so, doing this with only our CII customers first. Forget the residential customers. that's the area where that's 1/3 of our revenue. We're probably least likely to get any pushback on this because of all the corporate deductions that are available. And that would provide us with a learning curve with the county on how to implement something like this. And maybe it's 5-10 years from now that we actually are implementing this on residential customers. But it gives the current board and future boards an opportunity to actually come up the learning curve on how this will work and operationally how effective it is and what the customer feedback is and everything like that. So back to my primary point, if we're going to consider a rate increase right now that has to come up with an effective 2.5 to 3% rate increase, and we know we're going to have more than sufficient reserves available anywhere in that range, I would encourage us put all of the increase on the service charge up to 6% and 0 on the commodity charge.
Yeah, I heard you, Director Sethi, but I thought I heard staff say something, and I'd like to get a clarification, that if we were to do that, the impact would be greater on the smaller customer, i.e. the homeowner, versus the industrial. Was that the correct statement, staff?
Correct. Yeah. Ms. Marcoux, if you could advance a couple of pages to that chart we were on. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. So because of the way it works right now, the typical commercial customer uses much more water than the typical residential customer, even after adjusting for having a bigger meter. Right. And so what that means is, because the service charges are proportional to the capacity of your meter, what that kind of leads to is the typical residential customer pays a higher proportion of their bill on the fixed side. And so if a rate increase is focused more on the fixed side, then there is a slightly bigger bill impact to a residential customer, whereas a rate increase focused on the fixed side would have a slightly lower proportional bill impact for the average commercial customer.
Well, John, with all due courtesy to the staff, I said earlier, I think Director Weed said the same thing. We disagree with this analysis, that we are shortchanging ourselves. We are underestimating the impact of rolling out AMI. That our customers are going to be now billed for more water consumption than they currently are, simply because the meters are recording consumption in a much smarter way. And I think we are severely underestimating what that impact is. And so if you're looking at proportionality between the service charge and the commodity charge, I think that will either be in balance or it may be lower on the commodity side over the next 3 to 5 years. That's my own opinion of what I believe is about to happen.
Can I maybe ask a question based on that, if you don't mind, Director Weed?
Please.
So I mean, we've been using a rough figure of 5% of additional revenue on the commodity side once we implement AMI. Is that a rough figure, or is that a figure that we can actually use as part of our analysis?
Yeah, I think what we have estimated is that system-wide bill demand will go up somewhere on the order of about 3 to 4% as a result of replacing all the positive displacement meters with ultrasonic.
Yeah, and other districts have seen as much as 7 to 8% increase.
Yeah, I think staff reviewed some studies and experiences that had occurred at other agencies, and those were presented to the board as part of the AMI business case discussions we had, last year, I think, and there was a range, that different districts had experienced, from no change up to the 7 or 8% Director Sethi references. And so we kind of settled on more of a middle ground approach based on what we had seen in some of those other agency experiences.
That's why I said I think we're being conservative. San Francisco saw up to 8% increases in their billings. And so I think we're being conservative here. And what I'm concerned about is raising the commodity charge and then having a double impact on top of that as we roll out AMI. Remember the rollout of the similar type of technology with PG&E and how upset the public was in the new readings on their water bills. And we've seen this happen on the rollout of AMI across the country. We have to be very, very careful here how we're treating our ratepayers. We don't want to double charge them simply because we're putting in new technology into the field. Let's build up a learning experience while we can. And we don't have to impact their commodity charge right now. We can more than make up for it with a modest increase on the service side. And that's what, I'm proposing that we do.
If I may, Director Akbari?
Yeah.
So I'm going to focus my comment not on should this on a property tax bill or not, just on the rate increase and the proportion. So I definitely support a 3% increase, and I think it should be uniformly applied. I understand there are discussions about impact of AMI and impact to our customers if we increase the commodity charge. I just want to remind the board that this is a 2-year budget, and we do a 1-year budget review, and we could definitely change course in the middle if it looks like we're unfairly punishing or placing burden on our customers. On the other hand, if we now focus all the increase on service charge, we are unfairly punishing small, low water users, single family owners that have very low water use. All of a sudden, they are going to see their bi-monthly bill go up by 3.8%. There is a place for us to reconsider this, but at this point, and there's directors brought up financial resiliency and predictability. I think 2 slides ago, staff presented that only 11% of our income is variable. We have a very reliable income stream. Granted, it's not called fixed charge, but we do have a set amount of water that we sell, that homeowner, that our customer needs to use. So I don't believe focusing the increase on service charge would help us. Well, I should rephrase that. I don't believe we need the assistance to increase our financial reliability by increasing the service charge. In terms of affordability, let's take another step back. Yes, there is a possibility that customers would end up registering using more water. We're not double charging them. We're just charging them the amount of water they actually use. However, I do understand there will be a bill impact because they're registering more water use now. Once again, we could talk about that at the mid-year review. Well, the first year review, I should say, since this is a 2-year budget. Because AMI program is just being rolled out. We are trying to punish people. We'll end up punishing people, our homeowner, most likely senior fixed income homeowner who has very limited water use. We'll end up punishing them by giving them a 3.8% rate increase. For what? Just to anticipate that eventually at some point, potentially their water bill will go up sometimes in the future when they get a new meter from us. That doesn't seem to be fair. It's not helping affordability at all. In fact, we're actually making it more unaffordable for our senior fixed income customers.
Thank you. We bounced around this thing, but we've got a little bit of history. We went through a drought, and we had a $60 million shortfall during the last drought. It would have been 80 million, but for the fortunate vote of Director Gunther, which increased the service charge. Had we kept it as low as it was, it would have been an $80 million deficit. We covered it in 3 ways, principally. We did a drought surcharge, $12.4 million. We did an accounting change where we took money, essentially it was being kept in reserves, and put it into our current accounts. And we had a 25% rate increase, originally proposed for 30%, that we locked in, and has put us in pretty good financial state since. But that's what you're looking at if you have an unbalanced account and you go into a drought. All this other we can go off on little tangents. So this party might be hurt more than this party. But if there are people that need economic support, let's give it to them. But don't warp your rate structure to try and achieve this grander social goal, because the great majority of people in this community can afford their water, whether they're an individual residential user or a major corporation. Thank you.
Mr. Nishimura, I do see your hand up. I'll just make a quick comment before I turn it to you, if that's okay. So I do see an interesting and probably compelling argument to make to apply the majority of the service or the entire increase on the service charge. And I think the part of the argument that makes most sense to me is with the implementation of AMI, we would naturally see an increase in our commodity revenues because we're accounting for more usage, or at least the customers are paying for more usage. I think though, Director Huang, I think, touched on 2 points that I would probably reiterate that are kind of influencing how I'm approaching this. The first is 2 slides before this one. I think it was slide 31, where we saw the chart of reliability in our revenue. I don't think we're at a point currently where no, it's a few slides forward. Or backward, sorry.
It was number 35, Gina.
Yeah, so I don't think we're totally out of whack with our what we would consider to be reliable revenue and how that compares to the fixed costs that we see. I'm not necessarily opposed to looking at a rebalance of the fixed and commodity charges, but I don't think we're at a point right now where that's the primary driver. The other point that I would touch on again is that with the implementation of AMI, which is a multi-year rollout, if we do see that we're seeing a higher increase in the commodity revenues than we were originally anticipating, we can always come back and revisit how we want to adjust our rate structure. And I think right now what we're doing is we're preemptively, in a sense, punishing our smaller water usage customers by putting the majority of the impact on the commodity side with the anticipation that they'll also be paying more on the commodity side very soon. And so they're preemptively paying a lot more for the fixed charge. So I like I said, I'm not opposed to looking at a rebalance, but I'm not quite sure that I'm there yet tonight. Mr. Nishimura, I do want to give you an opportunity to chime in as well.
Thank you, President Akbari. I think some of the points I'm about to make, I think some of the directors have made. So maybe I'll start with, the concept of not increasing the commodity charge at all. Getting back to the point of running a good business, right? I mean, your input costs, the costs of water are going up, right? Your input costs are going up, and if that's SFPUC, we know that's going to go up 20 or 30% over the next few years. If we have to implement a PFAS treatment in addition to the capital cost, there's going to be an operational cost. Regardless of what kind of technology you're using to remove the PFAS, there's going to be a consumption-related operations cost associated with that. So, I think it is absolutely clear that the input costs to your water district are going up, and to ignore the fact that those costs are going up and saying, well, for some philosophical reason, I'm not going to raise the consumption charge appropriately, I think is not running a good business. To the point of, are we going to over collect? Well, let's make a decision here, right? I mean, if it's really true that because of AMI, in the next couple of years, we are going to over collect by 8%, then we don't need to raise rates at all. But obviously, that's not the position I think where the district is going. So it's either we make an assumption that you're going to over collect, and therefore you don't need to raise rates at all, or no, we're not going to raise rates. We're going to raise rates. We're going to collect. We're going to adjust our rate structure to collect 3% more revenue. Oh, and by the way, because we may over collect, we're gonna throw it all on the service charge, which gets to my third point, which I think Director Gunther asked staff, and it was confirmed, and my trusty virtual HP 15C also has confirmed it, as you can see in my background, that if you were to implement a 3% revenue increase, because as staff has pointed out, that the majority of the residential customers have a much higher fraction of their bill being service charged than commodity charge, they would bear the burden, right? So it's almost a 4-to-3 ratio. So it flies in the face of affordability for the smaller residential customers, especially those on fixed incomes that are using relatively small amounts of water. They're going to be disproportionately impacted by putting the entire burden of the revenue increase on the service charge. So I think that I've heard the arguments for doing exactly that in the last few minutes, but looking at the disproportionate burden that would be felt by the smallest and most vulnerable customers, as well as good, we do want to continue to signal the fact to our customers that water does cost money, the input costs are rising. Good business practice says you need to reflect that in the rate structure. So I urge the board to take a balanced approach, compute absolutely what you need to keep the district operational from a cost of service, determine how much revenue increase, if any, you need, and then allocate that in an appropriate manner across both the consumption and the fixed charge. Thank you.
I would like to respond to Mr. Nishimura just quickly. You make very good points on the future input costs that we have to consider for the district. But allow me to remind everyone, it was only 5 years ago that we started off with the Help on Tap program, and we offered $15 off the fixed charge of a customer's bill. We raised it to 20, then 25, and more recently $35. For our most vulnerable customers, they are getting more than half of their bill back on the fixed charge, even after we do, let's say, a rate increase of 6% all on the service side of the bill. So the impact to our most vulnerable customers is very minimal.
And I'd like to add that while we do have some upward pressures on our operating cost, it's only 28% of our total budget. We're billing 64%, more than double the percentage of the total is going for variable. There's no comparison. It's not an issue. They're not linked, and it's not even close. It's 28% variable expenses, 64% variable income. That's not a good business match.
I would
see.
like to ask for some clarification here because Director Akbari, I heard you speaking from both sides of the issue, but I didn't hear you enunciate what your actual position is. You first started off by saying you would support raising the service charge and keeping the commodity charge at zero. And then I heard alternative arguments. So for the benefit of the staff here, I think the board needs to be clear, each member, on what their position is.
No, my position is to keep it a uniform increase at this point. I'm not opposed in the long term to looking at a rebalance, but I'm not there tonight, no.
Well, you said differently at the very beginning of your statements. You said you would support an increase in the service charge and zero on the commodity. That's why I'm saying it looked like you were speaking on both sides of your mouth here. I couldn't figure out what you were saying. I don't know if the public understood what you were saying.
Well, in that case, I might have misspoke. I apologize for that. But my position is to keep it uniform at this point. After the rollout of AMI and we see the bill impact, especially on the commodity side, I'd be open to looking at again, rebalancing and looking at raising the fixed charge as opposed to the commodity charge. But tonight I'm in favor of a uniform increase.
Well, as Director Weed is pointing out from the earlier slides, 1/3 of our revenues coming in from the service charge, 2/3 from the commodity charge. If we held the commodity charge to zero and just raised the service charge a slight bit, you rebalance the scale maybe to 35-64. It's just making a very small dent in what is going on here. And I hope that before we make a final decision that you will reconsider your position, Director Akbari. Thank you.
And on that note, if I may, this is actually, the discussion here is actually what staff is very interested in, right? What are the issues that are important to the board? What would the board like to explore some more? Yes, you are used to staff coming to you and saying, hey, we need this specific decision. For this evening, it's August. We do have additional workshops lined up, and we're very much willing to come back and share additional analyses, and this type of discussion is super helpful. So we can come back at the next workshop and share some additional information about different approaches toward meeting the overall revenue requirement with different assumptions about different customer classes and a different allocation of adjustments to service and commodity rates. So we'd be happy to do that. And so this discussion helps us to frame what we might bring back at the next workshop. And so I don't want the directors to feel like you must come down with one very specific direction for staff tonight. But helping us understand what you'd like to explore more is helpful.
Right. So
I will also say I am opposed to, as Director Akbari is suggesting, taking a look at where we are a year or two from now. AMI has been rolling out across the industry in America, North America, for the last decade. We have enough data points from different water districts to know and understand what the impact is collectively in the industry, what people have experienced. We don't need to sit around for 2 years trying to measure ourselves. We can make predictable analyses as to what's going to happen, the same way that engineering predictably knows the number of pipeline breaks we're going to have based on a calculus formula. Based on different meter size or pipe sizes. This is predictable.
Director Sethi, can I perhaps make a comment? I think we could push forward with this, in that I also said that I was interested in what you said. Now, if you were to ask me tonight, I would say even split. However, it's not tonight. I understand what you're saying about the 5%. I think hopefully staff is kind of looking, or the increase with AMI, excuse me. And 5%, 7% doesn't really matter. It's going to be an increase most likely. The data seems to be there. What I would like staff to do, and I don't know if you agree with me on this, is that, okay, what is that going to be the impact? Is that in this chart? I don't necessarily see that in the chart. And if that's there, my position could possibly change. I'm not solid on 3.3. I would maybe go with a 4 something based on maybe exactly what you're saying. And hopefully staff could look at that, make some assumptions and see. I don't think we have that data tonight to do that.
Director Akbari. Oops, sorry, Director Gunther. I actually would like to follow up on Director Gunther's question for staff. I thought earlier when we explored this, the answer is the projected increase in revenue is built into the financial model already, right? From the AMI improvement?
Yes, there is an assumption is it's not, it's more of a middle ground type of assumption, but it's about 3 to 4% of a consumption increase across the board.
So is it possible the last table that you have, this is the ask now, is it possible to adjust this estimate instead of using, I think you're using 16 units, right? Mm-hmm. Just add 5% to increasing water use to it and see what's the bill impact.
Yeah, so I think what we could absolutely do is, and we were not necessarily preparing for a full comprehensive discussion on this topic this evening. And so what we could do is go back and we can take this feedback and prepare a more comprehensive presentation for the September workshop on this topic. And a part of that can be looking at in more detail some of those AMI assumptions and how they may affect different types of customers.
Right, because I will be very honest in saying that I still don't see the urgency to do the adjustment because we're just rolling out AMI, and we could talk about how many customer bills has been adjusted. And I rather base on our rate increase on actual data because we do have the recourse to do corrections in the middle. As far as what to do tonight, I still feel strongly it should be a uniform rate, but I'll keep an open mind if you want to bring this back. But with that said, I think Mr. Abreu has been very patient waiting to comment. Yeah. So we should give him the floor.
Absolutely. And if I may just quickly before we turn it over to Mr. Abreu, just to kind of put some of the timing into perspective, we would expect the AMI project to be finishing up at about the next time as we would be implementing our next rates process, right? So we would expect, pretty much all of our customers to receive an AMI meter over the course of the next 2.5 years, that would be relevant to this current 2-year rates discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. Mr. Abreu.
Yeah, I just want to address two things. One is this split between the fixed charges and the variable rates or consumption charges. And that seems to be entirely a philosophical, religious debate about what should it be. And it could be anything, I guess, in theory. So then I would ask, okay, so what do all the other major urban water supply users and how are their rates being split up? Is Berkeley giving all variable rates? Is Orange County, right-wing Trumpist people? Are they giving all fixed rates and no variable? How is this? I would ask for a survey of 10 or 15 or 20 different major water suppliers in the Bay Area and around the state, and tell me how they split it up, fixed charges versus variable rates.
Mr. Abreu, it's on our previous slide right here, the split.
Yeah.
Between fixed and commodity. If we can pull that slide back up.
Yeah, Ms. Marcoux, I think we have The other,
That's for our district.
No, that's for all the Bay Area water districts.
on, I believe it's slide 32, Ms. Marcoux, there's a survey, our survey data for the.
And you'll see City of Livermore, for example, has a lot more on the service charge than the commodity charge.
Right. So what's going?
It's almost the reverse of ACWD.
So what's going on here, and this is small and it's hard to see. So I think this would be something we would try to expand on in a better way for next month, assuming which there appears to be, assuming there's the board interest in continuing to dive deeper into this topic. But yeah, the dark part of the bar is the commodity part of the bill, and the lighter part of the bar is the service part.
Mr. Brew, various districts in the state have handled it differently. Dana Point, South Coast was 2/3 commodity, actually 2/3 service, 1/3 commodity. But their general manager was a former SES6 at the Department of Treasury, and their president of their board was a retired vice president of the World Bank. They adopted the institutional financing as it should be done. And it's been common practice throughout. There are other districts that go on, try to use rates as an environmental conservation effort. Doesn't work. You're running a business. ACWD in 2015 had a 40% miss on its budget. We budgeted a 25% deficit, but for sales had turned around and we ended up with a 15% surplus. Why? Because we have extraordinary leverage when we sell more water, and we're hurt badly when we sell less water. There's no tie-in. That's why we're looking for staged rates. The issue is really, can ACWD start addressing some of the common sense, professional, rational business practices that are starting to take over the industry? Obviously, we're not there yet with our board.
I would back up Director Weed here in saying, before I was on the board a dozen years ago, and then shortly thereafter, I encouraged us to do 100% increase on the service charge, and then another 100% increase on the service charge to stabilize the revenues of the water district. I grew up with this water district. I can remember the roller coaster ride that this district has been on when we've gone through droughts or we've gone through recessions. And I also recall when we've experienced going through both at the same time. And I always argue to the community that if you want a public water district, you want to preserve a public water district, and you don't want us taken over by a private water company, which we came close to twice before, in the 1970s and the late 1990s, then we need revenue stability, revenue reliability, revenue predictability. And the best way that you do that is to increase your service charge to better match the fixed costs of the district. And doing it incrementally right now by just 6% with 0% on the commodity charge is hardly even addressing the real long-term issue. But hopefully, progressively over time, our board and future boards will see the wisdom of this argument.
I would like to make one comment. I disagreed with Director Weed vehemently, actually. Take a little bit of offense to it. In the heaviest year of the drought, we know how much our customers are going to use. We know how much they're going to pay if they use baseline. And we've had that discussion before. Now, I've already said that I'm not set at 3 to 3. I'd like to see some more data, particularly regarding AMI and what could happen if. I'd be fine with a 4. Maybe I'm going to throw out 2. I don't have a calculator in front of me. I know they would be different. So I'm willing to wait and see what staff has to say. However, I want to remind everybody that we have a baseline number We know what it is. We know what our customers are going to do in a real severe drought. So we know how much revenue we would have coming in. And I agree. I was the swing vote on that 100%. So don't say, I don't know what I'm doing. That goes to Director Weed, by the way. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I was that swing vote, and I disagree with you on your positions. I'm not saying that I wouldn't increase the service charge again tonight. If it was just tonight, based on what I saw, it'd be 3.3. But I want to see some more data. I want to see some more numbers. But we know what we could sell. We know what we're gonna sell. Now the question is, AMI, I agree with Director Sethi. AMI is gonna increase that selling number. And I would like to see, because I don't want to penalize people if we're putting in ultrasonic meters and then we do a 3.3, if that is a penalty, but I would like to see that information from the staff. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we've gotten very clear direction at this point to do some additional analysis and bring back a more comprehensive presentation on this topic next month.
I just want to check, Mr. Abreu, did you complete your comments or did you have anything additional that you wanted to add?
Well, just real quick on the drought surcharge and in a month or whenever they get serious about demanding 15% reduction from whatever the baseline is, whenever that gets serious, if it's done in the price way, which I favor, of course, then instead of having 15% drop, we're going to need like a 16 or 17% drop because of the AMI coming in, sneaking in little by little. We're going to, because the AMI is going to be giving us another 1% or whatever, and so we actually need 16% drop to look like we're doing 15%. And then in order to get to the 15% drop, we're talking about rate increases, variable charges going up, a surcharge of 30 or 50 or 70%, 30, like 50%, a lot. These are huge numbers, huge surcharges to force people to cut back the 15% reduction. And that's going to, on the plus side, I guess, it'll produce a lot more money for that you can stash away somewhere. But it's gonna, and on the also on the plus side, you can tell people, look, this is being done for a real reason, and it's only being done for a short time. And when the drought is over, we're going to stop with all this surcharges. So, and also, it's not just my idea. San Jose Water Company a week ago in the newspaper said that they're putting in their surcharge, and the surcharge is $7 a unit, $7 per 100 cubic feet. $7, that's huge. And that's a private company, by the way, and they have 1 million residents, 1 million residents they're serving in San Jose. So that's a big example there of how much money people can charge when it comes to drought surcharges. And it's across the board, very simple, $7 a unit. Thanks.
President Akbari, I think we need a break after 2.5 hours of heated,
Absolutely,
intense.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was my plan. If we conclude this item, then before we move on to the property tax discussion, I would suggest that we take at least a 10-minute break, if that's appropriate for everyone.
Yeah, no, I think this is a natural breaking point, and I'm sure staff would welcome a brief break as well.
Okay, I have, I was going to say 6:30. It is 6:30, sorry. So we'll return at 6:40. Gina, can we? Perfect. And I will turn it back to, I think, Mr. Wunderlich.
Great, thank you, President Akbari, members of the board. We've now completed kind of the traditional financial workshop portion of the meeting where we talk about, maybe what the rate should be or how we should collect the revenues. Now, in response to a board request from a few months ago, we've prepared to talk about kind of the topic of, okay, but how do we go about collecting that money? And so we've done some analysis. We've spoken with a number of parties and done some analysis on approaches for collecting the service charge as well as delinquencies on the property tax roll. And so for this second part of the workshop, the first place I'm going to start is just, what does the tax bill look like? Let's make sure that we're all kind of operating with that understanding of what it looks like and where new charges would be placed and how all that would function. What does it mean for us financially? And then after I cover those topics, Mr. Birch will cover the procedural requirements related to service charge or delinquency collections on the tax roll. After his presentation, that's where we'd like to stop and have board discussion relating to collecting the service charge on the tax roll. And then after that, Ms. Bates, our customer service and systems manager, will talk about options for resuming collections, including, kind of like a straw man example of a way to do that using the tax roll. And so we'd like to defer discussions of using the tax roll for delinquency collections until we get through her presentation, since she'll be talking about multiple approaches for resuming collections. And then that's the plan to presume with this part of the presentation. Okay, so on the next slide is a sample tax bill. And if we could advance to the next slide. So this is what your tax bill looks like. This is an internet copy that's publicly available that I downloaded for somebody who lives in our service area in the city of Fremont. And so right now, on the left side of the bill, on the lower left side, are existing taxes. And on the right side of the bill are fees and other special assessments. So for example, the top right is Union Sanitation District and their annual service charge, right? They use the property tax bill. And so right now, we currently receive revenues from two line items on the left side. The countywide tax is 1% of the assessed property value, and the district currently receives about 0.93% of this, or we like to say for shorthand, we receive about 1% of the 1%. We also have a special line specific to the Alameda County Water District down. That's the bottom line here on the left side. That's an existing tax on the bill. And that's the state water project override tax, or the amount that we charge to recover the groundwater portion of our state water costs, right? So the amount of the state water that goes to benefit the groundwater basin. Those are existing charges. If we were to pursue down this path of adding the service or delinquency collections onto the service charge or onto the property tax bill, we would be adding one or two new line items on the right side of the bill. And so I have modified this sample bill to add these two line items, right? So these do not currently exist on the bill. They would have to be separate line items because they're collected for different purposes, right? So we would have these two different lines. And I've put actually an amount, $339.66. For a typical residential customer, that's currently the amount they pay annually in service charges, right? Based on the 3/4 inch meter. So that's with our rates as they exist today, not as was presented in the cost of service today, but as they exist today, that's what would be collected. And so one question I kind of did throw out there on the previous slide, and there's no need to go back though, but is if we were to start collecting the service charge on the tax roll, maybe it would make sense, or we should talk about whether we would want to keep all of these separate line items, or if we might want to merge that override tax collection and make it a part of the service charge. There would be no difference to the district in terms of revenue reliability from the county if that's collected as a tax compared to a fee. So there's no specific benefit there. So if the board were interested in not having two separate line items that with the district's name, that would be something that we could talk about. So again, I'm not specifically recommending or proposing that. That's just something I'm identifying, that if the board does want to move forward with putting the service charge on the property tax roll, that may be something that you want to talk about.
Mr. Wunderlich, may I ask a quick question here?
Sure.
I'm asking this question already knowing the answer, but I'm asking it in favor of clarifying this for the public and the rest of the board. So we are responsible for 1% of the state water project and its costs. And the lower left-hand item is just for the state water that we pay for to replenish our groundwater system. How is the rest of our 1% responsibility paid for?
It's through general water rates. So we don't specifically, break it out, in terms, if you're thinking like service versus commodity charge, we don't necessarily look at it specifically in that way. So it's, the other 1/3 is recovered in water rates.
And second and last question, why is it that we charge our ratepayers for replenishment of the groundwater with state water project water?
Yeah, so that's, I think when we first, this gets back into a little bit of a history lesson, but I think when we first participated in this, or made a decision as a district to participate in the state water project, it was in large part to provide a supply of water to increase our replenishment of the groundwater basin, which had become increasingly salty due to overdraft and then kind of suctioning water in from the bay. And so this was viewed as a way to bring additional water into the community to increase the percolation of fresh water into the basin and help reverse the flow, right, and push the saline water back into the bay. And so I think this is generally viewed as something that benefits a property owner. I'm not familiar with all the rules and regulations on this, but I believe many property owners would have the ability to put a well on their property where they could pump water out of this groundwater basin that we're replenishing for their own reasonable use on their property. But as a tax, though, one thing I would point out, though, is as a tax, this is collected in accordance with the assessed property value, not the actual property value.
I think that's very helpful for everybody. Thank you so much for elucidating on this. Thank you.
It's not part of the topic tonight, but I think this may be worthy of additional exploration. Each of the contractors of the State Water Project seems to handle it differently. I mean, certainly with different percentages, and Zone 7 being one, and Santa Clara, which is a county-wide tax, whether the people get the water or not. So it's for future discussion, and and the other aspect is we're talking about a billing, not a tax in the discussions this evening, using the property tax bill as a billing mechanism, not to tax people.
Yeah, correct. And so, but if we do use this as a billing mechanism, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that we already do have a line item on the left side of the bill. So we can advance to the next slide. So before I jump into some of the details on the financial analysis, just a few broad points. First, there's been some talk about the teeter plan in some of our prior meetings. And for the benefit of the public, what that means is you tell the county how much to collect, and then they guarantee that full amount to you when you're in the teeter plan. When you're not in the teeter plan, you're reimbursed by the county based on what they actually collect, but that also includes eventually a share of any penalties or interest charged on delinquent tax payments. And so many years ago, the district apparently made a one-time irrevocable decision not to participate in the teeter plan. Long-term, that's actually a financial benefit because you'll share in those eventual penalties and interest that's charged. And since our current state water project override tax only represents maybe 5% of our annual revenues, if there's a delay in receiving some and we receive it later with some interest and penalties, it's not such a big deal. Obviously, if we were collecting the full service charge on the tax roll, there would be a much greater interest in being able to participate in the teeter plan to provide that type of assurance. So staff has followed up with the county to try to get some better understanding of what happened in the past, and whether it's truly irrevocable or whether there may be some flexibility, whether that's through an action by the County Board of Supervisors or some other action that could allow us to participate. So we're continuing to understand that better, but based on the information currently provided by the relevant county staff people, the teeter plan is not available to the district. We have received some public comments in the past about what it means if a tax bill is paid late or is not paid. If somebody is 5 years past due on their property tax bill, their property is repossessed by the county. The county then sells the property, and the proceeds of that sale are first used for any tax and fee obligations that are unpaid from those prior tax bills. So basically, we would be in line ahead of, say, a bank that holds a mortgage on the property. And then one thing to also recognize is property owners cannot make a partial property tax payment. So if somebody's annual tax bill is $5,000 and they send a check in to the county for $4,999, the county will return that uncashed. And they will have to make a full payment or they will become delinquent. The county does charge fees for doing collections. The fees that are charged are 1.7% unless of the amount to be collected unless otherwise specified. So for delinquency collections, it would be 1.7% of the amount to be collected. For service charges, though, the specific sections of the Health and Safety Code that provide the legal authority do limit the fees to 1%, the greater of 1% or $5 per account. And so as it turns out, those numbers are reasonably close to each other, but the $5 per account is a little higher right now. And so that's what we would expect to pay. And then county staff did assure us that they have never declined to collect a fee on behalf of an agency if it's been authorized by their governing board. And so, we would not have to worry about the county saying that they would refuse to collect it, even if that was the will of the board. All right, so now getting into some of the financial details. So first to delinquencies, we're assuming that we would spend just a few $1,000s each year on the fees to the county. Based on what we've learned, there are strict timing requirements. There are also pretty tight formatting and data types of requirements in terms of how information has to be presented to the county for them to be able to proceed with collecting for us. So at least initially, if we did move forward with either option, we would look to use the services of a consultant, and there is kind of a little cottage industry of consultants that work with public agencies to help them get their charges reflected on the tax roll and to make that run smoothly. So, eventually staff may gain the experience to where we could manage that ourselves, but at least initially we would look for some third-party support to make sure it went smoothly. In terms of financial improvements, we looked at a 5-year average, and on average, 0.14% of water billings were referred to third-party collections. And so if we did start doing collections on the tax roll, then instead of referring that to third-party collections, it would be referred to the county. Now, approximately 25% of the amount we do refer is collected by the third-party agency. And so we did net that out of the improved collections, right? So we did want to recognize what's actually happening today. And so, the net result of that is we would estimate a financial benefit of a little over $100,000 a year by utilizing the property tax roll for collections. We are assuming complete collections because even if somebody was unable to pay their tax bill, eventually we would have the assurance that we would be made whole. All right, thank you. Now, if we did the service charge on the tax roll, at approximately 86,000 accounts at $5 per account, that would cost about $430,000 a year to the county in administrative fees. We're assuming consultant fees would probably be slightly higher because now you're doing every property that we serve, not just the subset with delinquency collections. And then on the financial improvement side, again, we kind of looked at what's the proportion of our bad debt that's related to the service charge share of the bill. That's about $41,000 a year. Again, if we went with both options, there is a double count here. If we go the county route for the service charge, we would not have any have the payment processing fees on what they collect that we do currently pay to our payment processor. And I'm referring specifically to the 1% interchange fee or credit card fee for payments made by credit card. The set fees we pay for processing per payment processed or the cost of creating bills would not change because we would still be generating bills for the commodity consumption. And so there wouldn't be a reduction in how many bills we produce. But by avoiding those credit card fees on the service charge share of the bill, we would estimate that would save us, about $138,000 a year. And then the last point here in doing our analysis that we identified is, we do from time to time have an account closed and there's no new customer that comes in right away to start a new account at that location. And so we would refer to that as a vacant account. And when it's vacant, we're not collecting service charges because there's no account holder. If we were collecting the service charge on the property tax roll, there would be no such thing as a vacant account from the perspective of collecting a service charge. And so we, at this point in time, we have extremely low vacancy rates. So there's not a lot there, but that is an aspect that we did want to highlight. However, because of the amount of fees we would have to pay to the county, we do estimate that it would be a net cost to bill the service charge on the tax roll. All right, next slide. And so now I'll turn it over to Mr. Birch to walk us through some of the procedural aspects.
Thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. So at the top of the slide on each of the next two slides, you'll see the relevant code sections pertaining to this, and these are some broad considerations for procedural requirements. So for delinquent charges specifically, the process looks something like a notification to property owners with delinquent charges to be collected on the property tax roll. There is no public hearing or newspaper notice required, and there is no protest process for delinquent charges specifically. By a simple majority, the board must adopt a resolution containing a statement of delinquent charges and approving a service agreement with the county. The charges must be 60 days delinquent or more as of July 1st each year, and by August 1st, this statement must be furnished to the County Board of Supervisors and Auditor. And because these accounts that were placed on the property tax roll would no longer be subject to water shutoffs, there would be no additional SB 998 requirements pertaining to those accounts. For the service charge, the process is similar but slightly different. You still prepare a written report describing each parcel of real property to be charged, and that report is to be adopted by resolution. And then the first time that the service charge is collected on the property tax roll, the board must hold a public hearing and mail notice to all property owners on the last equalized tax roll whose properties are described in the report. And then in subsequent years, you can notice by newspaper publication. At the hearing, the board must hear and consider all objections or protests, and a majority protest of those listed in the report is necessary to prevent placing the service charge on the property tax bill. A 2/3 board majority is required for adoption of the resolution and report, and this report is also due to the county in August. And then some broad additional considerations if implementing this. Properties that do not receive a tax bill would need to be billed under the current system, and we could not use the tax roll to collect delinquencies for those properties either, and that's about 300 government-owned properties. The process would need to be developed for new connections during the year. That could not be, because it's an annual process, mid-year connections would need to be handled separately. Under Water Code Section 31007.5, the district may require property owners to assume responsibility for the water account if previous residential tenants have become delinquent. And then finally, revenues would be dispersed by the county to ACWD primarily in January and May in accordance with property tax collections. And now before moving on, where in the next section, our customer service manager, Katrina Bates, will discuss options for resuming collections and how that ties in here. First, we would like to provide an opportunity for the board to discuss and provide feedback on collecting the service charge specifically this way.
Director Sethi here. I'm totally supportive. Thank you for all of the valuable information.
Director Gunther here. I'm not a big fan. However, I'm not ready to make a decision at this point. I've heard Director Sethi's comments and all the work he's been doing with Aqua, and I support that work. And I'll discuss that a little bit further. I think there's some stuff we still need to cover, but I'm not a big fan at the moment.
So this is Director Huang. Can you move a few slides back on the actual cost to the district to bill it in service, to bill a service charge in property tax bill collect by county? If I wrote it down correct, is $261,000 additional cost to the district, right? So
Yeah,
basically we'll be collecting the same amount of service charge, approximately, give or take a few, but we'll be spending $261,000 more to collect that money. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's correct, because of the administrative fees paid to the county.
Right. So now the question is, why do we want to spend more customers' money? I understand the logic, and I have some philosophical disagreements with Director Sapi and Director Reed's position. We all do respect on affordability and all that. But I guess it doesn't make sense to me why we would spend additional $261K to collect of our customers' money to collect the same amount of money we'll collect by ourselves. I mean, what's the purpose of spending the $261K to get to the same endpoint? That would be my comment, and that's my position. If there's a financial benefit, we could talk about it. We could talk about philosophical differences and have a business case. At this point, there's no business case. Spending more to do the same thing just doesn't make sense to me.
As a concept,
Director Wong, without any comment here or response from staff, I would say what's being forgotten in the process here is what we pay for collections and also for staff time and overhead. So the way I look at this, it's perhaps a wash, but it's off of our hands. And there may be the benefit of the collection of the additional penalties and charges that we would gain on some of these delinquent accounts. Remember, only a quarter of our delinquent accounts are eventually paid right now. So the balance, the other 75%, is effectively made up by the county here.
Right, but then we won't collect until 5 years later, and we're paying this fee annually.
Yeah, but you have to look at this. You have to look at this over the course of decades. That we're starting initially when you're starting up, you've got a cost to that, but over the long run, this is beneficial to the district. That's why I encourage us. I think Director Weed encourages us too, to consider adopting this
I would
practice.
Like clarification from staff. My understanding is that the $430K, which is majority of cost, is occurring annually, right? Or is this a one-time fee?
No, that's an annual cost.
Okay, so looking at long-term, we'll be paying this, and this probably will go up. The second question is, Are these costs presented in the slide all in, including staff cost?
So I guess I'm not totally sure if I'm understanding the question, but let me see if I can provide a response and see if it gets to what you're getting at. And that is on the financial improvement side, because we would continue to issue customers bills for their consumption, we are not estimating savings within our billing department or customer service department. And so, you know, it's not a situation like Union Sanitary District where they do not have a billing department because they just have a fixed 100% fixed charge. And so they do not need to bill separate from the property tax roll.
Okay. You definitely answered my question because Director Sethi did bring up a couple good points that, you know, that's why I needed the clarification if this is the quote all-in cost, including staffing savings. But what you're telling me is our overhead would be very similar because we still need to maintain a billing department and we still need to have a parallel billing process.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to remind the board in the Aqua presentation that we were given a couple of months back, in the presentation, the reason that the other water districts had adopted this practice was clearly stated by the attorney who worked this all out for each district. And that was cost efficiency, lowering of their overhead costs internally, and the smoothness of collections. And that they had done the cost benefit analysis in each district, and it worked out favorably over the long term. And that's why their boards in each of these cases unanimously adopted moving forward with this. There were no split votes on any of 6 boards.
And I do respect that. Unfortunately, I think our own district business case didn't work out that way, right? Our staff did a good detailed business case analysis. It turns out it'll cost us more. So we are most likely different than other water districts. Every district is special. We are all unique. And this is our number. And it doesn't make sense to me at this point to spend money.
We're not a lot different than Monte Vista Water District, Yorba Linda Water District, Palmdale Water District.
Our business case analysis is different.
Yeah, this is not a full cost benefit analysis here.
It's a financial analysis.
You have to look at some of the subjective benefits that derive to the district as well. I'll leave it at that.
I think we have to agree to disagree. I respect staff's analysis. Based on their analysis, it doesn't make sense to me, but I definitely respect your opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think one of the big differences that may be going on too is that traditionally we have very little bad debt. And the way we define bad debt as staff is it's money that goes unpaid on an account after the account is closed. And so when we looked back 5 years, on average, that was just 0.14%. And so if that 0.14% became 1.4%, which would still be pretty good within the industry at large, then this analysis would change pretty significantly. But we just have a very good history with our customers paying.
And I will remind the board that South Coast Water District, Monte Vista, and Yorba Linda, those 3 water districts are very high income communities with the same kind of financial background. But in each of these cases too, they have raised their service charge considerably in proportion to the commodity charge.
A question regarding that, it's interesting, there are 3 districts and they certainly have all seemed to buy off on it. And I'd be curious what their fees they paid to their county are. Is it the same? And maybe it's more. I don't know. That's a question I'd just like to. If the amount gets an answer.
The amounts we reference from the Health and Safety Code, the greater of 1% or $5 per account, is what's established in state statute. So unless for some reason the county where they are decided to give them a better deal than they were required to by state law, they would be paying the same fees.
Okay.
As a concept, I'm not necessarily opposed to moving the service charge to the property tax bill, but I think similar to Director Huang, I'm not sure I see the business case for us to make that move right now.
Okay, let me-
Director Akbari, I specifically want to respond to your comment because I
Sure.
feel like the board is not considering the overall picture here from the prior presentation where I offered what all the benefits are of putting the fixed charge on the property tax bill in terms of affordability, in terms of putting the charges specifically on the property owner where it belongs, relieving renters in our community, of which we have a substantial number of renters, so that the bill is actually on the property owner, not the person that we're billing for water consumption. There are multiple benefits to why other water districts have put the service charge on the property tax bill. The cost benefit analysis might be a wash, but in terms of all of the other beneficial things that you're doing for the community, it actually is a net positive. And when you consider that 1/3 of all of our revenue on maybe 12,000 accounts comes from CII accounts, well, that would be very simple to do right now. That should be a no-brainer for this board and this district. And that's why if you look at each of the other several water districts that have done this, they have had unanimous board votes in favor of doing this, where the requirement is a 2/3 vote. So these are county water districts where you need 4 of 5 votes to get the 2/3.
So can I actually make a request of staff? Because I am kind of interested, Director Sathi, in the idea of just focusing on the CII customers for this change. I would be curious if staff can kind of talk to what that would look like in terms of financial analysis. What would be the costs associated with that? I'm not sure if you guys are prepared to respond to that today.
Yeah, so I think we can prepare a little bit more for that for next time. But I think what we'd have to try to get at is what percentage of those payments are made with a credit card, because that's where we get the biggest bucket of savings. And for the CII types of customers, I'm just not sure how many of them are, say, using a corporate card versus paying their water bill through, with a check through their accounts payable department, similar to how ACWD pays its own bills. And so we would need to understand that better. If a lot of them are paying with a credit card, then this might work out a little differently because their bills proportionately are much larger. And so it would take, with the savings you would get, a $500 bill or an annual costs with a credit card that gets removed would cover the cost of the administrative fee to the county to bill that particular customer. So we would have to do some more in-depth analysis to see if we could get to that level. I'm not, I'll have to confer with Ms. Bates to see what sort of data we have to try to run that type of analysis. We could certainly take a look at it and bring it back for next month. One thing I would want to add, because in terms of kind of this issue of renters, I believe Ms. Bates has the actual numbers and was actually planning on sharing that in the next part of the presentation. But I believe that's based on the data we have as self-reported by customers. So I want to add that caveat that this may not be perfect data, but based on the data we have in our billing system, about 90 to 95% of our single family residential customers are owner occupied properties, and about 5 to 10% are renter occupied.
I would also like to share this with the board, which I shared with Mr. Miyake earlier, as we were trying to get clarification on state law, that so I started the process about 4 years ago with the local government committee at Aqua researching this topic. And after we had the unanimous approval of our committee, it went to other aqua committees, circulated around, came back to us. And so we're at the point where we agreed to appoint a subcommittee to draft up a white paper that would be circulated throughout all the aqua members on the practicality of putting the service charge on the property tax roll. As I indicated to Mr. Miyake, we're still in the research phase of all this, and we really want to feel we're on solid legal foundation to circulate this white paper. So we were aiming to have a draft done by the winter aqua meeting, but I'm going to ask for a postponement to the spring aqua meeting of next year, so that we have absolute clarification on all these issues, and we do more investigation of representative water districts that have implemented this and can cite their case studies for reference to any future water districts that might consider this. So that's where we are at the state level, and it's progressing very well at that level. I'm hoping that we will be one of those implementing agencies that can share our story.
I'd like to stay on this slide for a second, and I'm curious if we were to do the industrial accounts only, wouldn't that change the administrative fee to the county?
Yeah, so absolutely, that fee would go down. But what I'm not sure on, and would need to do some additional analysis to present the full picture to the board is, I know that we've got somewhere on the order of, I think, 10,000 accounts that are either multifamily or commercial, industrial, institutional.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm unsure of is how many of those accounts are paying with credit cards, because that may be more prevalent with the single family residential customers. And so I would want to understand that data so I could present a more complete financial picture.
I'd like both, actually. I think I agree. I think it's going to be significantly less paying with credit card, but I'd be curious what the total fees for that group would be. I do agree with what you're saying, but I would certainly be interested in that information.
Yeah, and so we can see what sort of data we can extract from our billing system and bring a commercial only analysis back to the board in September.
Director Akbari, if I may.
Yes.
So I definitely am interested to see the financial analysis and the business case for the CII customers. But I do want to address the issue of affordability, especially helping out renters. By moving the service charge to the property tax bill, the homeowner, the owner of the property, will get the bill. And granted, it's understood that the property owner could potentially write it off as a tax write-off. But remember, when you write off an expense, business expense, you don't get to recover all the money you spent. So what happens is the property owner will still pass it on in the form of a rent increase to the renters. Whatever that amount is, granted, you'll be smaller than the service charge, but there will still be an increase. So the benefit and the argument of affordability is marginal, right? It's at some grade range area. So one would assume that, fine, you get to write out 30%. The other 70% of the service charge will be passed on. I don't know of any landlord that would not pass on a business expense to their renters. That would be fairly rare, and I will be glad to know that if I'm wrong, Director Reed, if you are going to tell me that you will eat all the business expenses. But in terms of
Director Wong, I know from experience very well, most people write off 100% of all their business expenses.
You could actually write off, yes, you could write off 100%. But in terms of the actual money, even you write out the entire 100%, right? It's based on your tax rate. You write off 100%. That doesn't mean you get to recover that money if you pay $100 in water bill in service charge. You write off 100% in terms of your expense.
Yeah,
That's
and you're
not mean
getting 100% reduction in what you're paying
in your
in
marginal
taxes.
tax rate, and it depends on your tax rate. You get something different back. You don't get $100. You don't get to recover the entire $100. Your net expenditure is different, right? And that number changes depends on your tax rate, what you'll be taxed at after you do all your write-off, right? So the point is not 100% will be recovered through tax write-off. So the landlord most likely will pass that difference onto the renter. So that decrease the amount of benefit to the renters. And let's talk about the other thing that really worries me is transparency. Instead of seeing the service charge, how much we actually charge them every other month, now they see it once a year, maybe twice a year. And you'll be buried, the $300 some odd dollars will be buried in an $9,000 property bill, sometimes even higher if you just bought a house now. Burying it in the noise cause concern for me in terms of transparency and our commitment to our customers. And that is a very personal point of view. And I know there are definitely philosophical differences on this board, and I will respect that. But I just want to put it out there saying, hey, there are other considerations we need to make based on our commitment to our customers. So thank you.
All right, John, we've gotten past the legal issues, so I think there's general agreement now that this is possible. A number of water districts have done it. Where it has been done, it's been very well received. Going to Bill Green at South Coast or Dave Stolt at Mission at Monterey Peninsula, they said it was one of the best things they ever did. There are two issues before us tonight. One is a discussion of putting the service charge on the bill as a regular basis. And the second is, do we do delinquent accounts, which is both the commodity and the service charge, and collect it in that manner. Going to the latter, the district puts out about 3,000 doorknob hangers a year. This would essentially eliminate that effort. We don't turn off water, so it gives us a much better collection mechanism for past due accounts. People pay. On the area of affordability, the ability to separate the service charge from the commodity charge would allow the tenants who arguably might be statistically more subject to economic distress would reduce the bill they're looking at by as much as 20% of what they had before. Now you've got a number you can work with and help people. The service charge is related to the property. The average parcel in this home in this town is $1.2 million in valuation. These are not, we live in a wealthy community. The total cost of water is not the major driver. The worst PR we have as a district is when we have send sick collectors on people and threaten to put liens and other issues and give them the calls. This gets away from all of that. It would take a full 5 years of delinquencies, and there are remarkably few in the county that go the full 5 years without catching up on the property taxes. And those are real desperate cases, and we would have those desperate cases in any case. But it's not our issue then. The issue on tax deduction, it's not tax deductible. So whether it's a tax credit or a tax deduction is really irrelevant to the conversation. People choose to do it, and many may, because they write off the entirety of the property tax, but that's on them, not us. There are opportunities in the multi-tenant facilities where we can look at sub-metering and again, split the cost of the service charge from the commodity charge, where we can charge individual tenants in a complex the amount of water they're using 100% volumetric, which is one of the advantages of splitting it, and let the homeowners association pick up the cost of the fixed cost and pay for it annually on the property or biannually on the property taxes. They do other charges. Union City has a recycling fee, about $500 per parcel. But Richard Valle, when he was on the council and also head of a recycling group, was able to get in there. So it's not uncommon necessarily. It's not common yet, but it will be. It's a much better way to do business. And again, someday we'll start to realize that we're an enterprise district. We're trying to operate a business. Look for the better business solution.
I'm not 100% certain sold on the ability to do this. I think that's coming up in a future slide, however, so I'll wait.
I just want to say thank you, Director Week. I wasn't sure the legality of writing off 100% of your property tax, so thank you for the clarification. I just know people do it, but yeah, thank you.
Not even TurboTax asked you to split off your property tax bill. So it's the common practice, but not necessarily authorized by the IRS.
But it does identify it, by the way. Just letting you know, I do TurboTax.
I do see we have a member of the public with their hand up, Mr. Kennan.
On TurboTax, Jim, Director Gunther, they only have one line item for your.
No, I agree, but it's
state and local
it's on a
taxes.
tax bill.
They used to separate out every individual line item on your taxes. But they no longer do that for the last 20 years.
That's not my big concern, and I'll talk about that later, though, Judge Sethi. I still have a concern, and I'm not closing the door on this.
And more importantly, if you are a business, you are writing off not only your state and local taxes, but all of your business expenses against the income of your business to reduce your taxable income. And so if you talk to any tax professional, you'll find out that they try to pack in as much as possible, to lower their taxable net income.
My suggestion is we hear from our member of the public who has a comment or question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Well, maybe I have a whole pile here, but maybe I will start with this whole concept on taxation because it actually goes to the very first topic that Mr. Wunderlich talked about. It is very clear in the tax law that you can only deduct the ad valorem portion of your property tax fee, fees that are collected on the property tax are clearly not deductible. The state of California in Form 540E has even 540 specifically asked that question. Going back to the first slide that Mr. Wunderlich presented, and he asked perhaps a rhetorical question of whether or not the district should entertain combining collection of the state water project fee, which is an ad valorem on the left-hand side of the bill, and merge that with this concept of collecting the service charge on the right-hand side of the bill, which is clearly a fee. That would actually be a net loss for customers, notwithstanding those customers that are subject to IRS or IRC section 164B6, commonly known as a SALT deduction limit. Those customers that are able to deduct part or all of their property tax benefit from having the portion as much of their property tax on the left-hand side of the bill, which is an ad valorem tax, versus having it categorized as a fixed as a fee, because a fee is not deductible, right? So whether or not you are honest in your tax filing, that I'm going to set that aside. That's, again, as Director Gunther said, that's between you and IRS and the Franchise Tax Board. If you're following the letter of the law, combining the bottom left-hand corner fee or tax and converting that into a fee that would be on the right-hand side, I think is a net negative for taxpayers that are not subject to the SALT limitation. Turning now to the other topics at hand, to the first point of, should we be collecting delinquent accounts on the property tax bill? So right now, I think the staff presentation showed that we are at perhaps a historical high in the number of delinquent accounts, and it's traceable back to the pandemic, and it's also probably traceable back to the changes made at the state level where disconnections have been suspended, right? So there are that increase in delinquencies is probably attributable both to true financial distress and also those who are basically gaming the system. Nevertheless, as I've opined before, I'm concerned about using the hammer of the threat of having your home repossessed by the county as a means to collect a water bill for those that are truly in trouble. Water is an essential resource, and by just turning it over to the county, Director Sethi says, well, it's no longer our problem. It's clean and all that. Well, yeah, sure, no blood on your hands. But from a philosophical standpoint, I'm wondering if this is just using a sledgehammer when something smaller would suffice. To the question about the discussion about perhaps piloting the service charge on the CII, if I read the material correctly, and I think that was slide 32, a lot of discussion centered around, well, what fraction of the CII customers pay by credit card, and does that offset the fee from the county? If I read that correctly, the fee from the county is the greater of 1% or $5. Which means that CII customers that will have who basically have much larger meters will have substantially larger fixed charges, and therefore I believe that the correct analysis wouldn't be saving is the credit card fee $5 or not, but it is 1%, right? So I think that the county would be collecting considerably more per connection at 1% of the service charge for a CII customer. And then the last point, I think Director Huang made it, and I think a couple of other directors made it, is, so why would we be doing this by moving the service charge onto the property tax? And I do share the concern of visibility and transparency. I am very familiar with how Union Sanitary has been operating, and they basically are operating out of sight, out of mind. And by putting it on the property tax bill, many people don't look at it, line by line. It's just the number, oh my gosh, I have, how many days until April 10th or December 10th? So I do sort of wonder, right? I mean, given the fact that the district still has to maintain a billing system, we still need to mail out bills or do it electronically. Still have to staff a customer service agency. By putting it on a property tax bill, yeah, sure, there are perhaps some cogent arguments about it belongs with the property, but I just worry that this is step one towards the district starting to jack up the service charges at a much faster than necessary rate, right? We already have heard from directors that are biased very heavily towards jacking up the service charge. Well, by putting it on a property tax, out of sight, out of mind, and I fear for the customers of the district. Customers of the district. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura. Are there any other members of the board or members of the public who wish to make ask a question or make a comment? Hearing none, I will hand it back to Mr. Wunderlich.
Okay, then I will turn it immediately over to Ms. Bates, our Customer Service and Systems Manager, to talk about options to resume collections.
Thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. Good evening, members of the board, members of the public, and staff. This evening, we would like to discuss options for reinstating collections. I will recap the current collection policy, provide the current status of past due accounts, and provide a high-level overview of collecting delinquencies on the property tax.
Prior to suspending collections, the board approved district's collection and residential water termination policy on November 2019, which was implemented January 2020. The policy outlines specific timelines and actions taken prior to disconnecting service for non-payment. This includes written and verbal notifications such as hanging door tags. The policy also provides information on appealing and disputing water bills, including options for payment arrangements. This process ultimately results in disconnection for delinquent accounts if the customer does not set up or abide by a payment plan. Next slide, please. The governor's executive order preventing disconnects for non-payment is set to expire on September 30. Therefore, staff feels it's time to discuss with the board options for resuming collections. Regardless of how the board would like to approach resuming collections, staff suggests providing courtesy door tags starting September to aid in reducing the impact to customers. Staff are proactively contacting customers that have past due balances and are allowing them to make payment arrangements that are within their comfort level. This will allow customers the flexibility to select their own payment plan, and as long as there is an active payment plan in good standing, customers will not be disconnected if the current collections policy is reinstated. If the current policy is reinstated, staff suggests reinstating it with bills issued in December to provide customers the ability to catch up and get them through the holiday season. The first late fee would be issued on January 3rd, 2022. The first final notice would be issued on February 7, 2022. The first 48-hour notice door tag would be delivered on February 14, and the first service termination would occur on February 21. Staff is aware of state-funded relief that was approved and are awaiting on exact details from the state on how this would be rolled out. But our understanding is that the state is looking to issue funds from this program by the end of this year. Having said that, we would delay reinstatement of this process until we have firm information from the state in order to allow customers to receive that relief. Next slide, please. To provide some history on our collections activity, this slide shows collection events from the last full year the policy was active. In 2019, we issued 517,227 bills, of which a little over 92,000 generated late fees, about 10,000 were issued final notices, almost 3,000 door tags were hung, and about 600 were disconnected. I would like to note that the total delinquencies decreased as the collection timeline moved further along in the process. Most delinquent customers paid their balances when they received their late notices, and another significant tool in reducing disconnections were the door hangers. Also, I'd like to point out that most of the door tags and disconnections occurred on residential accounts, and we had very low occurrences of non-residential disconnections. To put these into perspective, we disconnected about 0.1% of bills issued that year. And these reflect totals actions that were taken in 2019, not the number of customers affected. We have customers who are constantly in the cycle of unpaid balances and disconnections. Next slide, please. Before the pandemic, there was a fairly even split of residential versus non-residential accounts over 31 days past due, as reflected by the red bar. Since the pandemic, we have seen residential accounts hold a higher percentage, even though the number of accounts that are over 31 days past due has decreased, represented by the blue line. In July, we had a total of 3,937 accounts past due, of which approximately 3,100 residential accounts were over 31 days past due. That is approximately 80% of the total accounts past due. Next slide, please. While we have seen a decline in total past due accounts, we have seen a steady increase in past due balances. Prior to the pandemic, we averaged about $300,000 in past due balances. However, as you can see, starting March 2020, we start to see an increase in past due balances, and in recent months, we have seen a sharp increase. This means less customers are carrying larger past due balances. In July, we had a total of $1,135,000 in past due balances over 31 days, of which approximately $727,000 were owner-occupied residential properties, $160,000 were multifamily or tenant-occupied, and $213,000 were commercial and institutional accounts. To put that into perspective, it is still less than 1% of total revenue. As you can see, about 78% of past due balances over 31 days are due to residential accounts. About 64% of past due balances are due to owner-occupied residential accounts. To note, tenant-occupied residential properties are a little over 5% of our total customer base. This could point to customers waiting on assistance or relief from various avenues like the state and federal relief bills. But this could also be an indication that customers are allowing balances to grow and waiting for the district to take action on past due balances. Next slide, please. Staff recognizes there's an interest in not disconnecting water service, and we are seeing indications of legal challenges ahead preventing water utility providers from disconnecting water service. An option to resume collections would be to modify the current policy and have all owner-occupied residential past due balances assessed on the property tax roll. But tenant-occupied residential, commercial, and institutional past due balances will still be subject to disconnection for non-payment of their bills. This would only apply to active accounts at the time the statement was generated, and accounts closed throughout the reporting year would still be referred to the district's third-party collection agency. The district would assess the accumulated past due balances to the property tax roll on an annual basis. And timing of this option will also depend on state funding for water bill arrearages and substantial increase if substantial increase continues to occur. We will also allow ample time for outreach to property owners, notifying them of the change should they have the need to make other arrangements on their tenant-landlord relationship. This will also provide time to get details on how the state-funded relief would be rolled out. All notices and fees would still be applicable, but owner-occupied residential account notices would need to be reviewed and developed pending board feedback. In conclusion, the two approaches staff recommends in resuming collections is to either reinstate the current policy or modify the policy to use the property tax roll for owner-occupied residential accounts. Staff acknowledges that there are some advantages and disadvantages in both approaches. For example, using the property tax roll to collect past due balances would mean a delay in collecting the funds. The earliest we would receive the first payment for past due balances is 17 months from today, and the second payment would be 22 months from now. However, we would be able to fully collect those funds less the administrative fees. The current policy would allow us to collect funds sooner because customers tend to pay their balance prior to disconnection, but there would be a percentage that might not pay their full balance. Therefore, customers would be subject to disconnection. So this concludes my presentation. At this time, we would like to solicit the board's feedback and direction for approaches in resuming collections.
Ms. Bates, this is Director Sethi. Ms. Bates, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you for your analysis, and you spoke very well to each of your talking points. I appreciate it. I would encourage us to adopt as a board, when it's appropriate, the latter potential approach to collecting on the property tax roll and modify our current administrative way of collecting our payments. So I'll leave it at that. I'm really encouraged with the alternative approach.
Question, I think maybe, I don't know if this would go to legal counsel or not, but if we were to go this route, so we bill the customer and they don't pay us, and eventually it goes to the delinquency goes on the tax bill, and my understanding would be we would eventually most likely get money. I'm okay with that. My question though is, what notification do we have to give the customer? We have to give the customer that they're behind. Or are we going to not give them notice and just have this rely on the county to do that?
Yes, so I think maybe I'll jump in on that one. I think what we would do, Director Gunther, is we would work with council to first understand what the minimum requirements are. But two, I think we would go well beyond the minimum requirements, because we would want to continue sending periodic notices to these customers during the year, because we wouldn't want it to become a situation where they just never pay, right? And it always goes to the tax roll. And so we would need to develop, kind of the specific approach to how we engage with those customers. And then at the time of when you're looking at putting it on the tax roll, although, as Mr. Birch covered, you don't have kind of the same noticing requirements as you would with the service charge. We would certainly want to implement a process where customers are being notified of what's going to happen, so it's not just a surprise when they get their tax bill.
Okay, well, how, I need to know how, I saw foreclosure if they don't pay.
After 5 years, if you're 5 years delinquent, then the county would foreclose. Yes.
Okay. But you would be able to pay at some point. But I guess that's my concern here, is that what's going to be the impact? People are just going to let this thing roll until they get to 4 years, 7 months, and suddenly they say, oh my God, they're going to foreclose my house. And then, oh, you never told us. Now, I understand that's something we'd have to work out. Just an issue I'm kind of batting around at the moment. I'm actually maybe more in favor of this than using a collection agency, to be honest. Not 100% sure yet. Interesting idea.
Yeah, certainly the process when it comes to if somebody's home would potentially be foreclosed on by the county, that process would be between the county and the property owner. The district would not be involved, because because the property owner wouldn't be able to send a check to the county and say, my property taxes are $5,000 and the water district put a $200 charge on it to make it a total of $5,200, but I'm sending you $5,000, so I'm current on my taxes and just not paying the charge for the water district. A property owner wouldn't be able to do that. So if they sent the check for $5,000 to the county, it would be returned to them and they would be considered delinquent on the full tax bill. And so that would be a process that would be worked out between the county and the homeowner. What we would want to do, though, is make sure we were clearly communicating with our customers so that if we ever did put a charge on the tax roll to collect from them, they would understand what we were doing and what it represented.
Okay, I remember now that in the presentation. Okay, helps me a little bit.
But certainly what we would see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, depending on the feedback we get from the board, what we would seek to do is take that policy feedback and then develop a much more detailed proposal for how exactly we would make it work. And then we would bring that back at a future workshop.
Okay, that's a concern I have. I think the staff is on the same page though.
I think I had the same confusion as Director Gunther, I believe, based on his questions, because I wasn't sure exactly what that process looked like of notifying customers before it moves to the property tax bill. So what I'm hearing is that you're looking more just for guidance on whether or not we want to approach that, but the process has yet to be defined.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's really what we're looking for guidance on is, do you want to reinstate the kind of the policy that's currently on the books, or do you want to go the property tax route? That's really all we're looking for this evening. And then based on that guidance, we would come back with a more detailed proposal for how to implement the board's policy guidance at a subsequent workshop.
Understood.
Question regarding this page here, actually, and this may be just the COVID restrictions. The non-residential accounts, is this a COVID issue, or is this something that we have to deal with? Tenant occupied residential, is this going to be even after COVID if those restrictions are lifted?
Yeah, so currently there's an executive order from the governor that prohibits disconnection of residential service for non-payment, and it also covers certain small businesses. And how we've implemented that as a district is we've stopped all disconnections. So technically we could have continued to disconnect, certain commercial and industrial accounts, but we've turned it off for everybody. And so that executive order is expiring at the end of September. We have heard from water board staff that there's discussions at the state level about whether that should be extended. So it could be that it's extended, in which case reinstating the old policy would not be feasible. So we should know that within the next few weeks, I would expect. And then longer term, we see in the state legislature interest in putting more and more restrictions on the ability to disconnect residential service. So as a separate issue from COVID, we do think that long term, the state, the overarching state policy and legal requirements will continue to move in the direction of limiting disconnection for residential.
And if though we went this route, we wouldn't shut them off, but 5 years from now, they would be basically evicted. Or in this case, if it's tenant occupied, it goes to the landlord.
Yep.
The onus goes to the landlord. Okay.
Yeah, and that would be if the board, so what we've put forward here is that it's only owner occupied, but if the clear board interest was for all residential accounts, including tenant occupied, then we would seek to develop the best possible way to implement that as well.
Ready for another comment? I'm surprised at how much effort we're taking and we're a wealthy district, and we have extraordinary response compared to other districts and people paying their bills on time, etc. But we're still looking at what's that, 92,000 notices a year for 85,000 customers, 500 some cutoffs, 3,000 doorknob hangers threatening to cut off the service. We can almost eliminate that by developing a process which works with the county for putting the service charge, which should be the appropriate service charge, about at least 75% of the total bill, on the property tax. Now we deal with the affordability issue of the individuals. We've cut their bill dramatically from what they'd been paying before. We can
Hear.
we can work out arrangements with them. We can set up better programs with much better conservation in the multi-tenant facilities where there's only 1 meter by putting in sub-meters. There's a mechanism for doing this. We could do it now without having to go to property taxes, but this will help. We could have a 0 tier. So the people that were responsible and used relatively low amounts of water would never see a water bill.
I hear what you're saying, Director Weed. I don't necessarily see it. And I have not closed the door on this. But I still see us having to do a significant amount of input to the customer, whether the service charge or whatever is on the tax bill. We're still going to have to do that.
We have limited, once it's on the bill and they've got their notice.
We can't walk away.
We don't want, we will work with them and take, but the water bill is a minor amount on the property taxes, given the valuation of the individual properties. And there are incredibly few properties that are delinquent on their property tax. And even fewer, almost none, that go into delinquency. That is a argument that is a rarity. We're running now into hiring collection agencies to go after tenants, thousands of them, hammering them up to try and get a bill paid. And usually they're a tenant and they end up walking away. They don't have the tie-in. So it's such a much better way to run an enterprise.
Well,
It's a professional, logical, and least expense. I think when we run our cost estimates on that, the numbers will show a positive to us.
I'm not certain I disagree with you here, actually. I think we agree almost. Not talking service charge, I'm talking delinquent charges. So I am curious though about this part here about tenant occupied and non-residential. If we were to go this route, I would think that maybe we would go the whole way. I don't know why. I'm curious what would cause us not to do that. So that's something I'd be looking at if we go this route.
But when you say the whole way, let me point out, for billing, we can do the service charge because it's a known amount. The commodity charge varies each month, so you can't put it on an annual property tax. For collections, we're able to do both the service charge and the commodity fee that's past due because it's a known amount.
Yeah.
Let me just throw in a real quick comment here, building on what Director Weed is saying. And we're not really focused on it tonight, but I hope we will in the future. See, by raising the service charge in proportion to the commodity charge and putting it on the property tax bill, we then can get into the discussion of a zero tier. And both Director Akbari and Director Gunther, both of you ran your campaigns on greater affordability. We need to get to that affordability argument through the means of taking these series of steps. It's not going to happen right away, but I do like the concept of focusing the customer's bill on the commodity charge and then looking at a zero tier for people that are at the low income side of our community in combination with our Help on Tap program. And then we've got a really nifty way of pricing our water, charging customers appropriately and collecting appropriately. And this is why I keep emphasizing this. At Aqua, our local government committee approved of these set of concepts unanimously. And it made it through all the other committees without any objection. And the water boards that have adopted this process, they all had to have at least 4 votes. They have 5-member boards, and they voted unanimously in consideration of these approaches. So
real quick point on zero tier. Because of 218 and Prop 26, we cannot make selective choices here. It would be that we would not charge if someone used, let's say, 2 units a month, which is 50 gallons a day. But if it's only the commodity portion, which is only probably less than 20% of our total expense, and the bigger users use the bulk of it, we could probably handle it. That the average user would never see a water bill if they were responsible.
President Akbari, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring us back to this delinquent account. Only thing I'm going to say is, remember, gift of public funds is prohibited. So whatever we decide to do, we have to work that out. But to focus us back onto collecting delinquent accounts on property tax, I do have a question for staff. So help me understand this process. So what you're saying is, instead of referring to third-party collection agency, we will be referring these bills to the county? Is that what we're talking about?
So the way the current process works is you're only referred to the third-party collection agency after your account is closed. So if your account's closed and you don't pay your final bill, and then we send you like a reminder final bill. If you still don't pay that, then you're referred to the third-party collection agency. And that's what we consider, we write it off at that point when it's referred to the third-party collection agency.
Okay.
What would happen with this approach is for active accounts, that owe us money that's more than 60 days past due, each year there would be a process once a year to send those past due balances on active accounts to the tax roll. If an account is closed in the middle of a fiscal year, say somebody moves out at the end of January, they sell their home, they move out at the end of January, it wouldn't be appropriate to put any past due balance they owe us on the tax roll to be paid by the next property owner, right? So if somebody moved out during the year and still owed us money, we would continue to refer them to the third-party collections agency.
So here's my concern. Right now, if we kept it in-house, we try really hard to work with our customers to come up with a payment plan. We have a lot more flexibility, right? Besides just the door hangers, beside the process, we allow them to set up a payment plan, right? That's the flexibility we have if we keep it in-house, just to accommodate hardship from our customers. I guess what I am trying to tease out is if we refer the collection of delinquent accounts to the county and put it on property tax bill, do we still have that flexibility? Or are we just going to tell our customers, we understand this is a temporary setback, but too bad it's going on your property tax bill? That doesn't seem to be the way that ACWD traditionally operates.
Yeah, so if we referred an amount to the tax bill, what would happen is we would apply a credit to the account equal to the amount referred to the tax roll. And then it would be between that customer and the county to pay that tax bill.
Right, but we will lose the flexibility to work out a payment plan with them for them to resolve the issue with us. I would assume we would have two categories of late bills. Well, three with COVID. One is we don't have to pay. We could pay, but we don't have to pay because we know they're not shutting off water. And the second is we're always delinquent and going on this cycle of late bills and payment and threatened shut off. And the third category is the category that says, I have a temporary setback. I just lost my job. This month, I can't pay this bi-monthly bill. Those are the type of customer that we help out, right? That we come up with a payment plan, say, hey, we know you have temporary setback, financial hardship. We craft a way for you to pay us back. Are we going to lose that flexibility and that ability if we move our delinquent account collection to the county, to the tax roll?
Can I point out that the service charge is all that's being transferred in the current bills. So you have all the ability to work the commodity charge with those property owners to pay it off. If there are more than a year in arrears on their commodity cost, then that would be good on the property tax.
Not what we're talking about here. My question is very specific to what we have right now, and I would appreciate a response from the staff. Are we going to lose that flexibility?
Yeah, so right now, the way it would work, based on what we've put forward here, is any amount that is more than 60 days past due would get referred. So if somebody just said, like, I need a month to pay a bill, that's not going to get referred, right? Because you would have to be 60 days past due. The other option that we could have is the legal requirement is that the balance has to be at least 60 days past due. We could always do a bigger number, like 90 days past due, or something like that, which would provide more time for a customer to work something out with us. But the flip side of that is if you provide more time, it means that you're going to get less collections through the tax roll, and you're going to have more customers with the balances that are owed when they close an account. And so you're still going to have a lot more going through the third-party collections agency.
I am just going to say that I see there's a business case, but I am concerned about customer service and flexibility that we traditionally provide to our customers when they encounter hardship. We have a few customers come to actually directly to the board about their accounts and their past due payments, right? We always find a way to work with them. And to that, I believe that's what's called the ACWD way, because we treat our customers fairly. So I definitely have concerns about just referring them directly to a property tax lien just because they can't pay their water bill for 60 days or even 90 days. I just can't see myself putting customers in a position where they can't pay they lose their house because of us. I just can't deal with that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Mr. Wunderlich, maybe a question. We could continue to offer, payment arrangements and provide significant notice to customers before any action is taken with regard to putting the delinquent amounts on the property tax. That's just a matter of process, right? There's nothing preventing us from sort of having a process that's very similar to what we have now. It's just rather than go to collections at the end, it goes to the property tax rolls.
Yeah, so, absolutely, there would be process, there would be, kind of advance notice. So for example, in some of the kind of brainstorming staff and I have had is, maybe 2 months before this July 1 date, we send an initial notice out saying, hey, if we were doing referrals to the property tax roll today, this is what would be referred. Please contact us, if you'd like to work something out. And then they would get another notice maybe up closer to that date. And so again, this evening, what we're really looking for is that broad feedback. Does the board want to pursue this property tax route or pursue more reinstating the old collections policy? And then based on that feedback, we would develop all of those implementation and procedural details of how it would be approached.
I think I'll just say I could be convinced if there's enough flexibility to take care of our customers to allow them to work something out with us before we start putting collections on the tax bill. In terms of your other question, do we want to resume collection? Of course, it depends on if we get reimbursement and if the shut-off moratorium is extended, but I'm just going to say that if we want to resume, can we start with February? It seems to be a little bit kind of disingenuous. I mean, to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, hey, great New Year, here's your late bill. Usually by the time beginning of January hit, people tend to have spent all their money on the holidays. Financially, they'll be kind of tight. So perhaps January is not that great of a month to restart.
I think conceptually, I can get behind what staff has proposed, and I think I like this process, but I think it, like Director Huang was talking about, I think it does come down to how we actually implement the process and the timing. I think I would be a little bit more lenient as well, providing just one billing cycle to work out a payment plan with us when there's, assuming that someone is going through a tremendous hardship. 2 months is a short amount of time to work out something with us, and then have the threat of this moving to their property tax bill. So I think I would be a little bit inclined on providing more time than just the 60 days. But again, I think that comes down to process. So for what you're looking for tonight, conceptually, I can get behind it. I would love to see what staff comes back with in terms of an actual process to implement this.
Okay, let me quickly note that the timelines for threats are far longer with property taxes than they are with our collection process. When we turn it over to third-party collectors, etc. In the property taxes, you go 5 years before there's any collection action taken. A big difference if you're worried about putting threats on individuals.
But I still think, if we want to approach this in a way that's, that works for our customers, and that they don't find necessarily punitive. And so I think offering a little bit extra flexibility before we totally hand it off and it's out of our hands is not a bad move on our part. And based on the statistics that were shown previously, most of our customers do respond to our notices, and they do, I would say, probably appreciate some of the flexibility that we offer them in terms of payment plans. And so just continuing with that flexibility before we totally hand this off, I think would be beneficial for the district.
Okay, so I think this has been really helpful, and I'll kind of just share my observations. I feel like we have good feedback from the board. I think we have a request to provide more information on what the process would look like, more specifics about how we would interact with our customers in these cases of delinquent payments on the water bill, and if it were to be handled through the property tax approach, specifically what would that look like? And that's something that we can certainly flesh out further and bring back to the board at a subsequent workshop, and so that you can see specifically what that would look like, and maybe even we have some options there for the board to consider.
Mr. Stevenson, on that topic, can I also ask the business case be brought back? Because sadly, I just added a lot more step.
I'm looking at staff. I believe that's a reasonable request.
I'm sorry, I didn't totally catch that. What was the request?
I think Director, oh, sorry, go ahead and you can make the request yourself.
Can you update the business case also for the delinquent account collection through property tax bill? Because unfortunately, I sort of just added a lot more staff and staff time into this process by asking for flexibility. So can you also update the business case scenario, please?
Yeah, I think what we'll need to consider is what sort of changes are we looking at? So for example, if we're adding 30 days, so it's only balances 90 days past due, probably there's nothing to change, with an understanding that the business case or the financial analysis is the bookend, right? It assumes that every past due balance eventually gets collected through the tax roll, even though we know that from time to time there will be an account closed during a year that still owes us money, right? So it's the actual results will be somewhere in between the current policy and if we had a full property tax collections.
Okay, so I think maybe we move on to the last.
Actually, Mr. Stevenson, I want to make sure I give members of the public a chance to weigh in here as well.
Sure.
I don't believe I did that earlier, so my apologies for that. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment or ask a question on this item? Okay, hearing none, I think we can move on.
Okay, I think we just have a conclusion slide where we just want to confirm the feedback we've received.
Yep. So just to recap the discussions we've had this evening, we've got the cost of service that Raftalis prepared last year. It continues to be valid, and we'll continue to rely on that to move forward in this process. Unless, of course, the ultimate decision from the board, which was not yet made, is to change the allocation between fixed and variable revenue recovery, then we would need to make some adjustments, but that's not a significant deal. I don't think that should be a factor the board considers in making a decision on that topic. We did hear some pretty clear support for reestablishing stage rates, so we'll make sure those continue to be included as we move forward. In terms of rate structure, we did not hear, other than potentially focusing the rate increase on just the service charge, we did not hear any other interest in, say, reevaluating tiered rates or anything like that. So we are not planning to bring any other rate structures forward other than the issue of focusing the rate increase on just the service charge. And so as it relates to the fixed and variable revenue recovery, we will bring some additional information based on the AMI analysis and some affordability scenarios, as well as some different customer class type scenarios. So we will come equipped with a more comprehensive presentation on that topic next month. When it came to the financial planning scenarios, I think I heard a lot of comfort with the status quo scenario. So we will continue to see how things develop in regards to the drought and whether any further updates need to be made there. We'll also continue to evaluate the options related to including PFAS treatment costs. So you may see some addition of that in an out year at a future workshop. So that will continue to be evaluated. In terms of use of the property tax roll for billing the service charge, we heard interest to bring back a financial analysis on the concept of starting out with just the non-residential customers. And so we will take a look at that and we will bring that back next month. And then on the approach to resuming collections, it seemed that the general board support was to look at the alternative that identified using the tax roll for residential customers. And so, but maybe to see what options there may be to have some more flexibility in that process. And so we will take a look at that and bring a more detailed proposal back at a future workshop. Ms. Bates.
On the very last point, will we talk on the collections, only residential, not all customers?
Well, that was the feedback I heard this evening. If there's an interest in looking at all customers, then we can bring some additional information related to that next month as well. But the feedback that was provided this evening was specific to residential, at least from what I heard.
I know the discussion focused on that, but I didn't realize I was thinking in terms that we would be doing this for all customers.
And actually, I'm in agreement with Director Weed. I thought we would at least take a look at that.
Okay, so now that we've got that clear direction, we'll take a look at that, and we will make sure that's a part of the discussion as well. As Ms.
John, this is Director Sethi. So I am in favor of taking a global look at all customers. I think I got us off on a tangent when I suggested that maybe as a first step, we take a look at CII customers first. But I think we do need to see the full picture.
With regard to the delinquent bills? I thought we were discussing the delinquent bills at the moment.
Yeah, so I understood that on the billing the service charge, what we talked about tonight was everybody. And so the supplemental analysis would be focused just on the non-residential customers. And so because we've already looked at everybody. And so what I'm hearing now is on the approach to resuming collections, you'd like to see, kind of the straw proposal that staff put forward that looked at the tax roll. It looks like what you'd like to look at is something more expansive than that considers all customers, not just the residential.
For delinquent charges, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's good to know. So we will prepare that. And then as Ms. Bates covered early on in her presentation, we are seeing past due balances growing. Again, the last few months, it's starting to get to an amount that's getting me a little more concerned that if all of this weights to the tax roll, it could start to become pretty significant for certain customers. And so we are planning to kind of ramp up our courtesy outreach to customers. So not outreach that says we're going to cut you off, or not outreach that says we're charging late fees again, but just to ramp up our courtesy outreach to make sure customers are fully aware of their balances and to encourage them to engage with us in payment plans sooner than later.
John, just so that you know, Mr. Wunderlich, sorry, I believe that Director Gunther and Weed and I were part of a couple of these regional meetings earlier in or late spring, early summer, where some water districts were showing up to 30% of their accounts in arrears right now. And these are fairly large water districts in Southern California. We're actually at the very low end of what we're observing from other water districts right now.
Yeah, no, we're doing pretty well overall. But what we're starting to see that, as Ms. Bates described, is we're not seeing more customers that are past due, but what we are seeing is that those customers who are past due are no longer really making any payments. And so those balances are they've kind of figured out, I think, some of them no doubt are experiencing financial hardships still, but I think some of them have also figured out that there's no real penalty or need to pay right now. And so we'd like to make sure they're reminded and so that those who are able to receive the encouragement to come and approach the district to make payments.
Yeah.
And again, these would still continue to be courtesy notices. They would not be suggesting any sort of shut off or penalties, but it's just getting a little more proactive in some of that courtesy outreach. And so that covers everything. So it looks like we do have a few of these bullet points where we can kind of put the check mark in, and we know what we need to know for the final proposal that would come at the December regular board meeting. But we've certainly got our work cut out for us, and we will prepare for the workshop September 23rd. And again, we've also have another workshop planned for October 28th. So we've got 2 more scheduled dates on the board calendar to try to work through all of these issues.
And I asked one question. If we decide to proceed ahead with any type of rate increase, what is the dates for doing that? Is it December and then it gets implemented in February?
Yeah, so we would be following the traditional timeline, which would be in December. The board would give us the go ahead to send out the Prop 218 notices. Those notices would go out, by the end of December, more than 45 days in advance of the regular February board meeting. And the board would make the decision at the February meeting with rates effective March 1.
Okay, so I think that concludes staff's presentation. Yes, as Mr. Wunderlich pointed out, we've got a fair amount of work to do before September, but at that time, at that workshop, we'll start to work to narrow the scope for the following workshops and see if we can march forward toward a final process in December. With that, I think that's all. Am I right, Mr. Wunderlich?
Yeah, I think at least from staff's perspective, we are ready to move to the next item on the agenda.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Wunderlich, and to the whole finance team for a great presentation tonight. We covered a lot of ground. With that, that concludes item 4, the financial workshop for calendar year 2021. And we will move on to item 5.1, pursuant to California Government Code, section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case. And we will now move into closed session.
Can we take a break at the same time for a little bit?
Absolutely, Director Sethi. I was going to suggest that as soon as we move into closed session. We have all the directors. Wonderful. It is 9:28 p.m. and the board is reconvening in open session. We have completed item 5.1 pursuant to California Government Code section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case. No action was taken on this item. And with that, at 9:28 p.m., we will adjourn tonight's meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.